Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to International Symposium of Science Museums 2021. I'm Yoon Hee-jung, today's MC. It's my honor to be here. This year's conference, just like last year, is being held in a hybrid format to prevent spread of COVID-19. The conference is being live streamed through the YouTube channel of the National Science Museum and its official website, Never TV, and an application called 땡기지. Simultaneous translation is also provided. The theme of this year's conference is Science Capital and Science Museums. Science Capital means what you know about science, what your science-related attitudes are, and what you do with science and who you know through science. It's an intangible asset. The concept of Science Capital was created by Louis Archer, professor of Sociology of Education at UCL, who will deliver a keynote lecture today. After that, we will also hear 3 other lectures. Especially, we are going to have a quiz game where questions the speakers of the lectures made will be asked. You can watch the conference and join the quiz show through the app 땡기지. Please sign on to the official website of the National Science Museum and sign on to the app 땡기지, and you will have a chance to win gifts. And after the lectures, we will hear overseas presentations on exhibition, education, and research delivered by scientists of other countries. The presentation session will be led by a virtual MC. Please stay with us until the end. Tomorrow, we will have a more special program. We will hear best practices of applying Metabus platform that will enable interactive communication in virtual reality. 2 presenters will share with us best practices of science museums and engage in active discussion with you in virtual reality. If you are interested in Metabus, it's not too late to join us tomorrow. The opportunity to participate in the event will be given to the first 50 people who will sign on to the Metabus at the website. After the presentations of best practices, there will be an online exhibition where you will see outcomes of research projects to enhance science culture exhibition service. Please join us tomorrow. Now let us begin International Symposium of Science Museum 2021.
First of all, I would like to invite the head of National Science Museum, Mr. Yu Guk-hee. So it's quite chilly today, so you had no problem with coming to the museum. No problem, the weather was quite good. Actually, it's been 2 years since you took office as the director of the National Science Museum. I took the office as the director in April last year. Last April, the COVID-19 was on an increasing trend, and when I became the head of the National Science Museum, the museum was actually closed due to COVID-19. April is springtime, when usually we receive a lot of visitors, including students and their families. But last year, the museum was closed due to COVID-19. So the International Symposium of Science Museums have been held every November, and this year, following last year, we're holding this conference online. Yes, the International Symposium of Science Museums is being held once a year for people who are interested in science and for people who are working in the area of science. This is a platform for those people to have discussion and share their ideas, but following last year, this year as well, we're holding the symposium as an online event. Online event has both advantages and disadvantages. One of the advantages is that people had to come directly to the site for offline conference, but we are holding this conference online, which enables all people participate in the event regardless of where they are. And the disadvantage is that it will be better if we could meet with each other face to face and share ideas and share our challenges together. So that's one of the disadvantages of an online event. But this year, would you please explain about this year's International Symposium of Science Museums? Actually, from 2011, the symposium has been held, and this year we mark the 11th anniversary. This symposium is very important and meaningful because we have the common tasks and challenges among the science museums. Under such common theme, we can get together and discuss the ways we could solve challenges, and we can also exchange the relevant latest information with each other. And as we are holding this event for the 11th time, I think the symposium has positioned itself as a very good conference. But the topic this year is not easy to understand. The topic is Science Capital and Science Museums. Could you explain further about the topic? The concept of capital is usually related to money or currency. So currency is, or money is something you can see with your eyes and you can touch with your hands. But when we say science capital, it may sound difficult. In terms of science, there are various types of assets. For example, the knowledge of an individual about science, attitude of an individual about science, behaviors about science. These concepts are included in the intangible asset of science. That's what science capital means. So science capital, depending on how much science capital you have, the level of a nation or the level of the growth of a nation could become different. And as for the background of science capital, let's think about cultural capital. The basic concept of cultural capital is that no one should be excluded from cultural aspects. That's similar to the science capital. In terms of science capital, no one should be excluded. All people of a nation should be able to enjoy science. That's the basic concept of science capital. In this regard, the role and functions of science museums are very important. And it is important to distribute science capital equally across many people. To achieve that, what will be the role of science museum? I agree, that is why we need science museum. People can visit science museum and understand what science is really about. And unlike last year, this year you prepared very special programs. What kind of programs do we have? As you already explained, in this year's International Symposium, we are having the symposium online hybrid event. So those who are watching the symposium through the screen may feel that they're less immersed into this symposium. So we would like to help the audience truly enjoy participating in the symposium. So we prepared several programs. First of all, we will have a quiz show. The quiz is related to the content of the presentation or lectures. We prepared prizes and free giveaways. So I'm going to give you a surprise when we give you the free giveaways later on. So the quiz show is composed of various questions and the free giveaways and prizes. And we have another program where we listen to best practice presentations. So national science museums across the world that are willing to share their best practice with us will make presentation in a separate program session. That will be done through the very hot metaverse. Actually, a limited number of people, 50 people, are registered as the participants of Metaverse. And if you are not yet registered into Metaverse, you can still watch the Metaverse program through YouTube, our official channel, and Naver TV as well. And we have break times and lunch time during the symposium. Even during lunchtime and break time, we'd like to help you enjoy the conference. That's why we prepared cultural performance. So while having lunch, you can enjoy our cultural performance. We prepared Korean traditional dancing combined with media art. So I would like to ask you to enjoy such cultural performance as well. For 2 days, from today, we're going to start the symposium with keynote address and overseas academic presentations. And tomorrow, what kind of programs have you prepared? For tomorrow, we have online exhibition prepared. We have science, culture, exhibition service for all science museums across the country. So, cultural researchers are connected with science museums under this project. So, various exhibition and administrative service related R&D is being done in collaboration with us cultural researchers, and such R&D activities will be showcased so you can share your ideas. Also, we have developed various exhibition items, and we hold joint exhibition events starting from national science museums. Various museums can apply for the joint exhibition event. So it's difficult to do that offline due to COVID-19. So we are holding the joint exhibition online. We actually took the images of the exhibition items of other science museums. So on the 15th of last month, you successfully finished the call for paper, and from 10 a.m. today, the jury will start reviewing and evaluating the papers. Yes, actually, in the International Symposium of Science Museum this year, we're having academic conference as well. So those who are engaging in science museum activities were invited to make an academic presentation. This year, we have received over 70 pieces of papers, and we received about 30 video content. So we collected such video content and academic papers. That will be an opportunity for people interested in this area, including experts, to have discussion. From 10:20, the jury will start reviewing the papers through Kurumi. If you access the notification menu of the official website of the International Symposium, you can see how the papers will be reviewed and evaluated. So this year we are marking the 11th anniversary of the symposium. And what is your future plan? As mentioned before, we would like to have this International Symposium of Science Museums to serve as an international platform for people to share the common subjects and challenges among science museums across the world. And next year, we hope that we could hold a symposium as an offline event. So we're cautiously hoping for offline event next year, and we will continue to advance this international symposium. We're going to combine the merits of online event, where anyone can access the event regardless of the time and space, and the merit of face-to-face conference, where we can sit face-to-face and share each other's ideas, challenges, and seek the ways for future growth and development. Lastly, would you like to make a request for the audience? It is not a kind of request, but I would like to say that the role and function of national science museums are very important, and the importance is growing these days. The topic of this year's symposium is Science Capital. It's important for science museums to distribute and promote science capital for all people without excluding any class of our society. This is one of the most important functions and roles of the science museums. I hope that through the international symposium, we have short time of only 2 days, but we can have in-depth discussion on this role and function of science museum. Under this common theme, I hope that we can share our ideas and insights and come up with a very good solution to the challenges we have. And we prepared various events and programs. I'd like to ask you to enjoy the International Symposium. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you for your interview.
Now we will turn to Professor Louis Archer at UCL, and she will tell us the results of research on different patterns presented in working and participating in STEM, and share it's not about lack of interest. Due to COVID-19, she can't be here with us in person, so let's meet her through a video.
Hello and welcome. It's really nice to be able to join you for this conference to talk about Science Capital and how this idea can help support young people's more equitable engagement with STEM. This is against the policy context that many of you will be very familiar with, that despite really considerable investments of time and resource over many years to try and get more and more diverse young people to engage with STEM, there's been relatively little change in participation rates, and the profile of who does participate continues to be quite narrow and biased towards privileged social groups, particularly in subjects like physics and engineering. A lot of the efforts that have been made have tried to focus on, well, if we can just make STEM or science more fun and more interesting, maybe more young people would choose to continue with it. But our research suggests that a lack of interest isn't the main problem. So I'm drawing here on our Aspires research, which we've been conducting since 2009. It's a large mixed methods project, and we've tracked a cohort of young people from age 10, and we're tracking them through to age 23. And so far we've surveyed over 47,000 young people to date in England, and we have an in-depth longitudinal sample of 50 and their parents who we track through interviews over the same time period. So you can see here that we do the surveys and the interviews every couple of years. We started when they were 10, and currently we've just finished conducting the survey with young people at age 21, 22, and we've just conducted those interviews now and are analysing them. When we look at that data, we see a picture over time in that indeed most of the young people we've surveyed say that they find science interesting, but very few aspire to become scientists. So if you look at this graph here, for instance, the different bars represent the different age groups at which the survey data was collected. As you see here, through from age 10, the majority of young people are saying that they learn interesting things in science. So this blue bar here is when they're in primary school, then moving through early secondary. The purple bar is when they come to the national exam period, the national examinations in England, when arguably it can be quite difficult to keep anything interesting, but even here, nearly 60% are saying they're finding science interesting. This greyed out bar here is just those students at age 17, 18 who choose to take science subjects. And unsurprisingly, a very high proportion of them are finding it interesting. We can also see from these middle bars here that most of their they think their parents think it's important that they learn science, particularly through to the end of compulsory schooling at the age of 16, after which this drops off considerably. They also have quite positive views of scientists, as you can see here from these bars. For example, the majority are thinking that scientists do valuable work. But all of these positive views aren't translating into aspirations to be a scientist in the future. So we're quite interested in what creates this gap between what we call the being-doing divide. So young people like doing science, but they don't see it as something they could be or would want to be in the future. And although this bobbles around a bit at the bottom here, it's actually statistically the same. There's no statistical difference. So we were interested here that given the high liking and engagement with science early on, why the proportion stays essentially so stable between the age of 10 and 18. Of course, if you actually look at who is aspiring to become a scientist at that time, we see it becoming more socially narrow. So impact of gender and class and ethnicity there as well. So that it's much more likely to be middle-class boys from white or South Asian backgrounds by the time you get to 17, 18. And just to put these science aspirations in context, here's some data. It looks fairly similar at different ages. This is age 15, 16. But you can see here that almost 60% of young people are aspiring to work in business, whereas the proportion aspiring to work in science is much, much smaller. And just for comparison, engineering is here and celebrity is over here. So in the Aspires project, we collected lots of data and we analysed it and we tried to work out what were the main factors and things that are making a difference, that are shaping young people's trajectories in or away from science. And this figure here tries to summarise some of these. And if nothing else, the figure says it's very complex. There is no one single factor that determines whether a young person continues with science or STEM or not. There are lots of factors that intersect and all work to shape the likelihood that a young person will have a science identity, so will see themselves and be recognised by others as being a sciencey person, and or an aspiration or a choice to continue with it. So I'm not going to talk through all of these today, and you can find a full copy of our report via this link in the corner if you're interested. But I'm going to particularly focus on this one up here of science capital. So science capital is an idea that we developed in the Aspires project and extended through other work. And really, it's just a conceptual hold or a bag, a way of bringing together all the science-related resources that someone might have. And the more we found that in our research that the more a young person's science capital is recognised and valued within a particular setting, the more likely they are to aspire to and participate in post-16 science and to feel sciencey, to have a science identity. And we found that schools and other settings like science museums can make a real difference to what and whether young people's science capital gets recognised, leveraged and valued or not. So statistically, we can think about the sort of four main dimensions of science capital, but they kind of overlap with one another. So if we're using the analogy of a bag, you can think of these as the four pockets within the bag. So the first is science literacy, so what a young person knows about science. The second is their science-related attitudes and values, so how they think about science. We then have their out-of-school science behaviour, so what do they do when they're not in school that's related to science. And then finally, science at home. So particularly who you know, do they talk about science with friends and family? Do they get particular motivation from particular significant others to continue with science and so on? And we found that the more of these sort of science-related resources and dispositions that young people have, so quote unquote, the higher their levels of science capital, statistically, they're more likely to continue into post-16 STEM. So for example, in our longitudinal sample, we found that 83% of those who continued with science or STEM after the age of 18 had these sort of higher levels of science capital, and around 80% of those who didn't and who'd never aspired to science had lower levels of science capital. We've also done some analyses to explore the extent to which science capital also relates to the other areas of STEM, so technology, engineering and maths. And we found that students with higher levels of science capital are more likely to express positive views of all the STEM areas and to want to continue with it. And it's particularly predictive of participation in physics. So it's if you have high levels of science capital, you're almost 8 times more likely to continue into physics. And it's also strongly related to engineering, but it's less strongly related to maths and computing. So the way we think about, understand and theorize science capital draws on the sociological work of Pierre Bourdieu, who is just represented here. And Bourdieu, although he didn't focus on science, he had his work talks about how we can understand social life and patterns in educational participation as arising through the interaction of what he calls habitus, capital, and field. So for Bourdieu, habitus is that socialized, embodied dispositions that are cultivated over time. And for us, we would say that habitus helps, it shows that sense of whether science feels as for me or not. It gives you that feel for the game. Capital relates to the cultural, socio-economic and symbolic resources that you can possess and accrue over time. So this is about like the hand you have to play in the game. So the more science-related resources you have, the more likely you are to be able to get on in relation to science. And field is where all of this takes place. So field is more than just context. It's about spaces of positions and position taking. And field sets the rules of the game. So the field that you're in will determine what sorts of habitus and what sorts of capital get valued and have and get realized or translate into advantage. So Bourdieu talks about how it's the extent of fit between your habitus and capital and the field that shape whether students experience education, or in our context, science and STEM, as what he calls a fish in water or not, whether they move easily and naturally or whether they feel the weight of the water upon them. So in our sample, we're interested in some of our families are very sciencey, lots of science habitus and capital, and science feels much more for me in those families. It feels like a natural choice. And these different interactions of habitus, capital and field help play into producing different trajectories in relation to STEM. So they produce this sense of whether science feels like it's for someone like me or not. And there's a couple of quotes here from the parents and young people in the Aspires project. So the mother at the top there, who talks about the other day in the car, we were laughing about chemical symbols and things. So I guess it comes into discussion quite subliminally. Unsurprisingly, she has a chemistry background, has worked as a chemist and got chemistry qualifications. Davina, again, from a family that very strongly values science, says science is just where it's at in my family. It's in everything they do, what they talk about at the dinner table, what they read and enjoy and so on. But they're more the minority. Our analyses would suggest maybe around 5% of young people's families would be these very sort of sciencey families. Whereas the mum and Jack at the bottom are much more typical of our sample. So the mum saying, you know, I suppose in everyday life you don't get that much to do with science. They don't see it in everything around them. And Jack, he says, my family, they never talk about science. So what young people get from home is important, but we're also particularly focused on the way that the field supports or limits young people's science capital. So as I said before, from a Bourdieusian perspective, the value of a young person's science capital isn't fixed, they're not born with it. It's shaped, it grows over time, but it's determined by the field. So different fields, so different contexts, whether we're thinking about the science classroom or a science museum or another setting, they provide different affordances or limitations for young people to see themselves and to be recognised by others for their science engagement. So Heidi Carlone in the States has done a very nice study looking at a class of children and their science engagement and how this changes depending on the teacher and the sort of approach they take. So it's not fixed in young people. The field is really important. Field plays a part in the cultivation of science capital over time, but it can also mitigate home science capital. So for example, in the SPARS study, we have a young woman, young Black British young woman called Vanessa, who has quite a lot of science capital from her home. Her dad has a science background, they're very supportive, they encourage science and so on. But over time, the school, as the field, changes that. It squashes it down and it makes it less thinkable and possible for her. So in that case, the field really does mitigate and reduce the value of her home science capital to the point where she ends up not pursuing a science trajectory, despite that having been a long-standing aspiration. So how can we support young people's science capital? Our key message here is it's about changing the field and what we do as practitioners, and not changing the young person. So by changing the field, we can support more young people, and particularly more diverse young people's science capital, to be recognised, valued and leveraged. And changing the field is important because that enables us to change the systems and the practices and the types of representation that continually exclude many young people from STEM and make them feel that it's not for me, even if they're interested in it. It also means that by changing the field, we're trying to connect STEM more meaningfully with young people and their communities. And it also means more sustainable change. If we don't change the systems and practices that are creating the problems, they're going to continue creating these patterns and excluding young people from science in the future. So how can we do this? We've worked over a number of years to try and develop what we've called the science capital teaching approach. And this is an approach that's designed to help change the field, to try and support more young people. It builds on existing good practice. In this case, it's developed with schools, so existing good teaching practice, and it's a pragmatic mindset approach. It works with any curriculum. And as I said, the key principles are around helping to build that relationship between the young person and science, changing the field and our practice and not the young person. So we originally developed it with secondary colleagues, secondary teachers through the Enterprising Science Project, and we're now working with primary teachers to develop it through a new primary project. We've also been working with colleagues in the informal science learning sector to adapt the model there. That's ongoing work. So when we developed it in secondary, it's a very collaborative project. We worked over 4 years with over 40 teachers from schools in 4 cities in England. And we conducted 2-year-long trials to collect data to see what sort of effect it was having. If you're interested in our findings, we have an infographic that you can access from our website that talks about the sorts of changes that we saw. But essentially, we saw significant increases in young people's science capital, their engagement with science, and how connected and meaningful it felt to them, and how much science they were also doing out of school. As I said, we're currently working to develop this with primary teachers, with a new handbook due to be launched in October. And again, it's very much focused on how we try and change practice, and particularly look at issues of power and how we shift power relations in the classroom. This is the model. This is the primary one, which is just an extension, more of a refinement of the secondary one. But in essence, it's a reflective process. You reflect on your practice and tweak your sessions or your lessons. And it's built on this bedrock of good, in this case, primary teaching, or good secondary teaching, good informal practice. It has an essential foundation, pillars of practice to help you realise the foundation towards the outcome of more equitable science engagement. We have a secondary handbook free to access here, and the primary one will be coming out in October. So just to explain that model, as I said, the foundation is really important. It's this purple one in the model down here. And it's really trying to broaden what and who counts in science. So it's based on the idea that young people don't just find science concepts difficult, but they actually struggle to engage with the whole concept area of science. It feels very alien to them. And this foundation is about trying to broaden those ideas of who does science and what doing science constitutes. And it's trying to help us think about how do we shift those problematic inequitable power relations. So there are 3 core elements to the foundation. The first is that we centre and try and start with the learner or the young person. So this is about learner-centred planning and practice, focusing on how we recognise and value the identities, the needs, the experiences and the contributions of young people, but particularly those from communities that have been historically excluded and marginalised by society. It's about grounding that learning within their lives. The second area is about fostering inclusive science teaching and learning. Here, it's really about ensuring that that teaching and learning is participatory, it's representative, it's inclusive, it's caring, that it's based on a pedagogy of care, and it provides differential support, so more to those who need it most, and a safe learning context for all. And it's right, this is also very much about recognising and addressing participants' needs and recognising and addressing the injustices they experience. So seeing equity issues as really central, a core part of science engagement, not seeing them as separate or a separate topic or separated off. And the third element of the foundation is really about supporting voice and agency. So creating that environment where young people's voices are heard and they're validated. So the whole learning experience is driven by them, that they have ownership and agency. And particularly seeing the whole point of what we're doing through, whether it's science teaching or science engagement work, as not trying to make young people take science or continue with science or like science, but really seeing science as a vehicle, not a destination, and a vehicle to support their agency and their social action. So that's the foundation. We then have 3 pillars on top, which are really techniques for helping to realise that foundation. So the first pillar is about personalising and localising the science content. So this is about going beyond contextualising science. It's thinking about who particularly is here in this experience, who are the learners here, the participants, how do I personalise and localise this content to them in particular? How do I tailor it to them? So the approach looks different in every setting because all of the learners and all the contexts are different. And there's just a quote there from one of our partner teachers saying that they found that when they let the young people talk about their experiences and express themselves and their ideas, they were far more engaged and they valued the science learning a lot more. They're happy, they're excited. The second pillar is about how we elicit, value and link. So this is again helping centre the learner. How do we support young people to feel valued and connected to the science? So rather than starting with the content or the science idea, it's eliciting first what the young person knows and cares about, then valuing that and then linking that to the science. The third pillar is about specifically building some of the dimensions of science capital. So for example, building in those links which are around seeing science as everywhere, science as a part of everything, not as something elite and separate from everyday life. So key features of the approach, I say, are that the enactment of it is different in each setting because it's that tailoring, it's making it specific to the young people who are engaged at that moment. The approach has been proving popular across primary, secondary, and now extending towards informal settings. And we're finding that it's really about trying to shift the focus away from just providing more STEM or more content knowledge and one-offs and deficit approaches, and really instead trying to bring that focus back to changing everyday practice, recognising how our everyday institutions and practices, the things we take for granted, the ways we do science is often quite exclusionary and unjust, and it's about trying to change those relations and representations. So one-off visits or events still have a place, but it's also recognising that these won't be as effective as more participatory, longer-term forms of engagement. And particularly, as lovely Greta is illustrating there, trying to sort of shift that focus for STEM becoming a vehicle to support young people's critical STEM agency, so they can take action on issues that matter to them and their communities, rather than seeing science or STEM learning as the destination of what we're doing. Just to reflect finally at the end here about science capital in the COVID-19 era. And obviously in education in particular, there have been lots of concerns expressed about how COVID and the lockdowns and the pandemic has exacerbated pre-existing educational gaps. And this is obviously important. This is happening, is exacerbating pre-existing injustices. But I think we find the work of the US critical Black feminist Gloria Ladson-Billings really helpful here. And she says it's more useful to rather than using the language of gap, to think of these as the educational debts. And debt helps us again think about power, responsibility, of how we then repay those debts. So it's not a deficit approach, seeing the young people who have fared worse and experienced the most acute injustices exacerbated during COVID as the problem or as lacking, but really recognising that relations of privilege contribute to and produce relations of injustice, and that's a debt that needs to be repaid. I'd say it's also not just focusing on learning gaps. There are lots of things and forms of injustice and areas of concern that have been exacerbated by COVID. So it's sort of thinking more broadly, not just beyond learning gaps, and this particularly schools, but around agency, community, well-being in many different forms. So really, we would see the COVID-19 era as telling us about really signposting us to the importance of putting equity and social justice at the heart of how we reimagine science education, science teaching and learning in both formal and informal settings going forward. And we hope that Science Capital can be one idea and one tool, forms of ways of approaching this, both in formal and informal settings that can help us move forward, trying to use science as a vehicle for social justice rather than as a tool for reproducing injustices. So I shall stop there and thank you.
네, 과학자본 교육법에 대해서 인사이트를 얻었습니다.
We had a chance to develop an insight into Science Capital. Now we are going to hear some lectures from other countries, especially 8 lecturers, and we will have some quiz questions made by these lecturers. So please access the app 땡기지 to participate in the quiz show. Now we have 3 moderators of today's sessions on the stage. So I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves. Let me begin with Professor Kim Tae-ho. Could you introduce yourself? I'm Kim Tae-ho, Korean Research Institute of Science, Technology, and Civilization of Jeonbuk National University. And I'd like to share and communicate the outcomes of researches with the public. That's my job. Next, Professor Choi Young-gu from Bugyong National University. I've been working on science and culture in Science Creative Institute, and I've been interested in science and culture, and I have been giving lectures on science and culture as well. And next is the director of the organizing committee. I'm Hong Dae-gil. I'm working at National Science Museum. My field of interest is science and culture, and now I've been working on increasing publicity of national museums. Today, my topic is the link between the global pandemic and national science museums. I think it is a very interesting topic.
Professor Kim, would you introduce the first presenter? Yes, the first presenter of the invitation lecture will be done by actually 3 presenters under the topic of what is Science Capital and why does it matter. First, we have Mrs. Cecilia Ekstrand from Tonte Science Museum. She has abundant experience in developing professional teachers, including the preliminary teachers for infants in the STEM area. Since 2013, she has applied and executed the concept of Science Capital. We'd like to listen to her presentation on the title, Promoting STEM Through a Science Capital Informed Practice.
Hi, and welcome to Sweden and Tomtits Experiment, one of Sweden's oldest and largest science centers, located 30 minutes south of Stockholm. We meet about 200,000 visitors annually at the Science Center, which consists of an old factory building with 4 floors and an outdoor exploration park. My name is Cecilia Ekstrand, and I am going to talk about how Science Capital took us on a journey of creating joy of discovery for all, examples on how we utilize it in our everyday work, and what we learned along the way. Starting my career as an engineer and a certified STEM teacher, I've spent the last 10 years working as a senior educator and project manager at the Science Center. Part of my role consists of implementing and disseminating knowledge about research, and I've been working with Science Capital and science engagement since 2013, being an early adapter of the research and its findings. Back in 2013, I led a STEM teacher training workshop. It was 7 women that worked with special needs children, and STEM was not their thing. It was, according to them, something that their husbands did. The workshop consisted of them building a geodesic dome out of a construction material called straw bismega. Being an engineer, I enthusiastically introduced the process of building the dome as equivalent to assembling furniture from IKEA. It turned out to be a huge mistake, as I watched the ladies in front of me taking a step backwards with repulsion growing in their eyes, telling me that there was nothing more horrible than assembling IKEA furniture. I realized I needed a new approach quickly. Thankfully, in the back of my mind, I had a faint memory of them enjoying baking and cooking with their students. Shifting the workshop to resemble the building process of the dome to baking and following a recipe, I have never seen the dome been built quicker and with perfect cooperation. Later we talked about the transferability of STEM skills and how furniture assembly and baking uses the same skill set. That particular workshop became a game changer for me personally, and it was also the beginning of our Science Center's journey to Science Capital informed practice. As in many other countries, Sweden has a challenge with the too few youths choosing a career path in STEM, especially girls, children from non-academic homes and immigrants. We also see an increased gap between those who has a positive attitude towards and feel confident in STEM and those who don't. One of the consequences is that there's a growing resistance to science and, by extension, a threat to our democratic society. One may ask whether it's really the groups that choose not to connect with STEM, or whether we, the STEM community, are open and willing to adapt our ways to be open and approachable. In my transition from formal to non-formal education, I realized that most of the existing knowledge within the science centers were tacit. In cases where the knowledge was documented, one could find that different science centers had their own methods and processes with tools and checklists. The experienced staff trained each other and new staff, but there was little or no research or documented best practice to back them up. Working in a small organization with limited opportunities to do research of our own, we began our pursuit to find practical research aimed at science centers and science museums. We wanted to find the answers to how we, as an organization, structured and research-based, can reduce the gaps and inequalities connected to STEM. We were looking for adaptable and flexible methods and tools based on research where the development of these had been done together with the profession and is based on the visitor's experience and engagement. And we wanted to go from tacit to implicit knowledge. We wanted something that could help us in how to rethink ourselves and could be used depending on the needs of the staff, the activity, and the target group intended. The first research we found that met our standards was Science Capital, and thus began our transformation and relationship to the Science Museums group in UK. Before we started using a Science Capital informed practice, we traditionally worked with customer feedback. A recurring feedback we received from some of our visitors was that installations were broken even if they weren't. We realized that visitors just didn't know how to interact with them. We'd also identified that some adults had difficulty scaffolding and supporting their children while exploring the exhibition. When we started to reflect on ourselves from our customers' perspective and what we ask of our visitors when they come to the Science Center, it led to several changes. We want Tomtits Experiment to be a place where everyone feels welcome and at home, no matter how much STEM knowledge they bring to the Science Center. One of the materials we have benefited from is the Science Museum Group's folder engaging all audience with science. The material consists of several tools, and one of the tools we have started to use in our everyday work is in creating new and developing existing activities and offers is the engagement reflection points. It is a simple yet powerful reflection tool that can be easily used by anyone, and it has really helped us in our transformation. One example of change is our makeover of our small pop-up lab, where staff show 3 to 4 tabletop experiments for a smaller audience. The pop-up lab runs 2 to 5 times a day, depending on the day. Often the pop-up lab is performed in the area that visitors first encounter, and many stay to see it, especially our first-time visitors. Before Science Capital, the pop-up lab was just an added layer aimed to amuse the audience and focus on the staff showing and explaining science and presenting scientific words of the experiment. After the makeover, we defined that the purpose of the pop-up lab is to help visitors understand how to use and interact with the experiments in the exhibit. In the pop-up lab, we are now focusing on what we see, hear, and feel in the different experiments. We use everyday words that describe science and technology and use inclusive language as possible. We, together, and you are good words, and we try to be gender neutral. We test and test again. We help visitors to draw attention to what is relevant through questions that the visitors can answer without prior knowledge. Because it is all about what is seen, heard, or felt. That way everyone can participate. We help visitors find connection to everyday life so that they understand that science and technology are relevant to all of us in our daily lives. We also help them with examples on how to continue the exploration with the exhibits in the Science Center or at home to extend the experience. The most important task of the pop-up lab is now to make visitors feel confident and want to explore the indoor exhibit and park. One of the most important things we have done in our journey is to adapt the Science Center's vision and strategies, because those affect everyone within the organization. And everyone is important and has a role to play in building our visitors' science capital. Our vision turned into joy of discovery for all, always. And all is a big word, and we recognize that even if everything shouldn't be for everyone, there should be something for everyone. Within the organization, we are changing focus to science capital informed and reflective practice. What choices are we making? How can we think? And what can we tweak to be more relevant to more people and be a part of an ecosystem growing science capital? We are slowly evaluating all our activities, offers and training to create joy of discovery for all. There are 4 major groups to work with within the Science Center: the public visitors, school visitors, teachers, and Science Center staff. They all have their specific challenges and needs, while we try to take advantage of synergies between them. The Science Capital research is not the only material we use on our journey to create joy of discovery for all. One of the challenges we have had is that most of the research is international and predominant from the UK and US. A lot of work has gone into translating and adapting the research into a local and cultural context to be relevant, and that we feel confident and ownership over the materials and tools. We still would like more research made in Swedish or Nordic context to deal with the cultural differences. Our work with Science Capital led us to the EU Horizon 2020 project called System 2020 Science Learning Outside the Classroom, where we have been the Swedish representatives and as a third-party member. Through System 2020's research practice approach, new tools has been created and tested to support educators in designing and implementing flexible learning environments that depend on the learner, location, and subject. There are materials about co-design and co-creation, equity and inclusion, evaluation, pedagogical frameworks, science learning ecologies, and policy recommendations. And I welcome you all to take part of the material. One of the challenges we still have is how to evaluate and monitor change within a science capital informed organization. As we are implementing a science capital informed practice, we are doing it science center wide. How we present ourselves on the web, in our social media, how experiments are built, how labels and text are written, how the staff interacts with the visitors, and so on. We are slowly feeling that we are making a change, but how can we show it to funders, owners, and policymakers? The implementation of Joy of Discovery for All is an organization-wide effort into adapting research and tools into operational realities, and we are still learning. The Department of Education and Public Engagement are leading the way. This year we are doing in-house training for all staff in all departments within the Science Center, ensuring that every member of the organization understands what and why we are doing this and introducing tools to work with. We are also advocating science capital approaches nationwide for other organizations and policymakers. How do you utilize science capital? Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 강의 들었고요.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation. She explained very well how science capital can give the joy of discovery to all. Regarding the way we can use science capital in our daily life and what we can learn from using science capital. So it was a good opportunity for us to think about how we're using science capital.
Next, we will hear from Ms. Willis Ruthenfoller, the postdoctoral researcher at Chemistry Education in Germany. She's going to tell us about the nature of chemistry capital. Ms. Willis Ruthenfoller will tell us how external factors affect young people's relationships with the chemistry and chemistry study, and she defined the concept of the chemistry capital. Let's meet with her through the video.
Welcome to this presentation. My name is Lilith Rüschenpöller and I'm a researcher in chemistry education at Ludwigsburg University of Education in Germany. And in the following 20 minutes roundabout, I would like to introduce you to the concept of chemistry capital based on a study that I conducted. And I conducted this study together with my colleague Sylvia Markic, with who I'm still working at Ludwigsburg University of Education. So, chemistry capital. I would like to start with a brief overview of the origins of chemistry capital theory. So the concept is rooted in Pierre Bourdieu's capital theory. Pierre Bourdieu was a French sociologist And he developed a very nuanced notion of capital, which can be transmitted from generation to generation. So his argument is that we do not only inherit economic capital from our parents and families, such as money or property, but besides that, we also inherit cultural capital, such as attitudes, values, knowledge, things like these. This is cultural capital, and also social capital, such as the social network that we grow up in. And these three forms of capital are passed on from families to their children, from parents to their children, and so on. And this is how social distinctions are made in our society, and how they are also maintained over generations. This is an important point. And Archer and colleagues adapted Bourdieu's framework to science and developed the notion of science capital, because they argue that today, about 50 years after Pierre Bourdieu, the social distinctions are now mainly made in the field of science. So science is an important place where social distinctions are made today, because science has grown in importance. And I am a researcher in chemistry education, and I'm also teaching chemistry in school. And so I was interested in how this works in chemistry education and in the field of chemistry. So I'm interested in how social inequalities are produced in this specific field. And for this, I developed the notion of chemistry capital based on the study that I will present today to you. My theory is that people do have economic chemistry capital. They have also cultural chemistry capital, and they can have social chemistry capital. So the three forms that Bourdieu defined. And in the study that I presented today, we analyzed the flows of chemistry capital in a sample of secondary school students in Germany. So how is chemistry capital transmitted from the home environment, from school to the student, and so on. So in this study, we started with three basic research questions for understanding chemistry capital. The first research question was to understand the role of the school. So how does school contribute to students' acquisition of chemistry capital? And then we wanted to understand also the role of the home environment. So how does home environment contribute to students' individual chemistry capital? And the last question concerned the individual strategies that students employ for acquiring chemistry capital. And for answering these three questions, we designed an interview study with a sample of 48 secondary school students. We conducted this research in Germany, in German schools, in secondary schools. And since we wanted a diverse sample, we conducted the study with students from the three main school types which are present in Germany. And the German school system is highly differentiated, I would say, and it is very selective. So in most regions in Germany, we have a system of ability grouping. High achieving students are put into Gymnasium, and students of the middle ability group go to Realschule, and Hauptschule is the school with the lowest entry requirements. So in our sample, we wanted to represent this. We had 15 students from Gymnasium, 21 students from Realschule, and 12 students from Hauptschule. So this was our sample, and we obtained the data through semi-structured interviews. And these interviews were quite open. We had main questions and follow-up questions, and it was structured mainly by the three main questions which I asked in each interview. And the follow-up questions were used more freely according to the context. So in all interviews, I really tried to follow the thoughts of the students and to understand their personal connection with chemistry. So I used the follow-up questions just to get a bit deeper. And I started all interviews with the very open questions. What comes to your mind when you think about chemistry? So here I wanted to learn about the students' first associations with chemistry. And then in the second part, I wanted to know what role chemistry plays in their home environments. So on an afternoon at home, what role does chemistry play? And the last question was about the role chemistry could play in their lives after they finish school. This was the interview guide. And for analyzing this data I obtained in the interviews, I used a qualitative approach. I used thematic analysis and I proceeded in 3 steps. So in the first phase, in the first step, I used structural and process coding. I was working alone at first. I was coding the data, but there were several instances where we worked together in a team to look at the material from different perspectives, to share our ideas, and to discuss our interpretative lenses. And this group was composed of 3 science education researchers, and me included, and a secondary school teacher. And at this time I wasn't yet teaching in school, so I'm the researcher, 2 other researchers, and 1 chemistry teacher. Okay, after this first phase of coding, the goal in the second phase was to analyze the individual causal relations for each individual case. So I really wanted to understand how are things connected. We used the technique of building causal networks, and I wrote case reports for each case. So this was important because I wanted to understand the flows of chemistry capital for each individual student. I looked at each individual interview and drew a network like this, chemistry capital at home, school factors, emotional attachment, etc. And I tried to understand how are they linked? What are the relations between these entities? So I drew a map for every student. And in the last phase, I took all these maps, all these graphs that I had drawn, and I tried to find the analytical story. And for this, I used the technique of pattern coding. And this photo on the slide shows one of the steps I made, one of the techniques I used in this phase. There were several other techniques, but I really tried to organize the individual cases, causal networks, and to find groups of cases which are similar. So I've tried to find similarities between the students to really understand the big picture. And this was the final analytical step in this analysis. Okay, through this analysis, we found 4 different patterns of the flows of chemistry capital. And in the following, I would like to present all of these 4 groups successively, and I will start with group number 1. First, I will give you, just to give you an impression, I will give you a citation from one of the students. It was from an interview from group 1. Just for you to get a feeling what these students are like. The student said, for example, we have a property in Heimsheim, that's a village close to Stuttgart, and there his grandfather, has some chemical substances, those that you can experiment with. Then, for example, we made a, what is it called, a foam volcano or something, where all the foam sprayed out. So on the right, on the slide, you see such a foam volcano. I think that might have been the thing he was talking about, the experiment. And this is just, yeah, the student has a grandfather who adores chemistry and who does chemistry experiments with his grandchild in their free time. They share this time together, and it is very clear, I think, in this citation that this student has chemistry-related resources at home. His grandfather is a great resource for chemistry capital to him. So in this group, we had 6 students. From all the interviews, 6 students had chemistry capital at home, and some of them, like the student that I mentioned just here, they did experiments at home together with relatives, and these chemistry-related activities helped the students anchoring their knowledge. So they really had an anchor for understanding the relevance of chemistry knowledge to their lives. And some students had a family member who could explain chemistry content to them, which is of course of great help when you go to school and already have somebody as a backup at home who can explain chemistry. And also some students reported that family members were role models to them, who support their development of an emotional attachment to chemistry. And this, of course, supports their learning in chemistry. And this pattern is, like as you can see here in the graph, is typical for students with chemistry capital at home. Okay, let's get to group number 2. Group 2 is composed of students who do dispose of general educational capital at home, but this capital is chemistry unspecific. So it is not chemistry capital, but general educational capital. And in this group we had 4 students. These students can share with their families general learning experiences. So the families are interested in learning and in knowledge in general, but this desire is really general and not chemistry specific as it was in group 1. So the activities at home are not chemistry specific, but they are general learning activities. Also, some families use their economic capital. For example, they pay for private tutoring so that the student can acquire chemistry knowledge through this help. And also, the family's openness towards education can help developing a general learner identity and an emotional attachment to chemistry, which can help the students to engage in learning chemistry. Okay, so here you have a rather general learning support for the students, and it is not chemistry specific. And this is typical for the group 2 in our sample. So group number 3 was slightly different. It was composed of 9 students in our sample, and in these students' home environments, any type of educational capital was scarcely present. So there was very little educational capital, be it chemistry capital or general educational capital. So family members of these students tended to have a very loose relationship to chemistry, and this contributed only little to the students' emotional attachment to chemistry. Further, some students reported chemistry-related activities and support, but these were not as effective as in the first 2 groups. For example, one student reported that he had a cousin who was studying chemistry, so apparently he had chemistry capital, and talking to the cousin excited this student also about chemistry, so he was really interested in it, but the cousin lived in a town about 2 hours from her place, so they didn't really have regular contact. So effectively, the cousin's influence on the students was relatively small. So this chemistry capital was present, but it was really distant, and it had only minor influence on this student. And regarding chemistry knowledge, there were phenomena that we hadn't observed in the other groups. As you can see in the red arrow here in the center, the students were chemistry experts in their families, and there was no person at home who could correct the students when they said something wrong. Further, some students reported they had experienced conflicting worldviews. And the following citation that I will just read to you from one interview can illustrate this. Let us look into the citation. I asked the student, "Have you ever talked about your chemistry class at home?" And the student said, "Yes, for example, about the atom model. I talked about that at home. But apart from that, I don't do that very often." How did they react at home? "Well, sometimes when my parents don't understand it, they want to explain you that it's wrong." So, as you can see in this citation, the family of the student had a very different view of the composition of the physical world. They want to tell him that the atom model is wrong, and they did not share the atom model. And students who make this type of experience at home are very likely to have difficulties learning chemistry, because learning chemistry can mean that they have conflicts at home, that they have social tensions at home, only because they bring their chemistry knowledge at home. Okay, so this is really a different picture from the first 2 groups, group number 3. We will now look at group number 4. This last group was by far the largest. There were 29 students who fell into this group. And these students do not have educational capital with exchange value in their home environment. And this leads to many different phenomena that we did not observe in the other groups. So there were things that appeared here for the first time. for example, some students reported that they experience chemistry as if it was a foreign language. When they go home, they have to explain chemistry, but not only explain the concepts, but also translate chemistry to a different language. And this is really different for students who just learned the concepts in German, and they cannot translate it to a different language because they didn't know the concept in a different language. So this is really a difficulty for them. And it also points towards an emotional detachment. And yeah, it's just the case because parents sometimes don't speak German sufficiently. And one student said that he had stopped talking about chemistry altogether at home because it was too difficult to explain the words to his parents. So there's really a barrier between the home environment and the school chemistry based on words, concepts, language. And also severe conflicts in the families can occur when talking about chemistry, as the following citation shows. So the student said, my parents and my siblings, they know that God created them. I am on that side too, because I'm Christian and Orthodox, and it is also important. Regarding the Big Bang, I'm not so sure. There are facts, and that's why I'm sometimes undecided. So I think you can see here that there is really a conflict between religious beliefs and the scientific worldview for this student. He's really in a tension. Later in the interview, the student reported also on an argument that he had had with his family where they had been shouting at home, and really a severe conflict just because of this dissonance between the worldviews. And this shows the difficult conditions of the students for learning chemistry, because it leads to severe conflicts at home. Furthermore, many students in this group were taught by chemistry by a teacher who did not hold a university degree in chemistry. So they had unqualified teachers. This was the case for all students attending Hauptschule, so the school type with the lowest entry requirements in Germany. And this lack of qualified teachers aggravates the students' situation, so they don't really have the chance to acquire chemistry capital. Some reported that they could not apply for the apprenticeship they wanted because they needed chemistry knowledge as a requirement for this apprenticeship. And I also interviewed some of the teachers of the students, and some of these teachers showed severe misconceptions about chemistry just because they were not trained to be chemistry teachers. Okay, so this situation is really difficult, but there were exceptions. There were some students who acquired chemistry capital using individual strategies. These are depicted here in the graph with green arrows. And there were some boys, two boys, who followed a chemistry YouTuber and developed a chemistry identity in this way. For the students, the YouTuber served as a role model. He was like a nerdy, smart scientist, and these two boys identified with this YouTuber. And this strategy was used only by male students in this sample, and one girl in this group developed chemistry capital individual in a different way. She just loved learning and was really, she had a very strong learner identity with which she identified. So I have a citation from her. She said, "I brood over things until I understand them, especially in chemistry, because then I get this inner positive feedback when I have done a difficult task." Then later I asked, "Have you shown that to your family, or not really? They aren't really interested in that. That's why I have done it for myself, because I thought it was really cool." "Have you told somebody about it?" "No, nobody actually." So I think this is really impressive. This student has such a focus on learning that she can motivate herself just in her inner strength. So her attitude helped the students to develop chemistry capital despite the lack of feedback from her family. Okay, so let me now come to some concluding remarks. And yeah, for me personally, as you might have seen, getting to know these students and talking to them impressed me really a lot, especially when learning how they deal with their inner struggles and how they find their individual ways to develop chemistry capital. So that really touched me personally. And the study showed me three things. So first, the chemistry capital available in the family plays a major role in the development of young people's connections with chemistry. This creates inequalities between the students. And second, our school system in Germany seems to fail compensating for these inequalities. Institutions could compensate for the inequalities, but in this study, the students with chemistry capital at home had qualified teachers, while those students who did not have chemistry capital at home tended to be taught by unqualified teachers. And this aggravates existing inequalities. However, there were some very resilient students, as we saw in the last group. They acquire chemistry capital individually through social media or based on their inner strength. Yeah, and with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to see you in the discussion.
Thank you so much for your presentations. Her presentations makes me think a lot of things. She researched secondary school children in Germany, and it has many insights that we have to think about. And she also introduced different home environments and how home environments can compensate lack of chemistry capital. And she also introduced that YouTubers can play as a role model. And the same thing could be said of the Korean environment. And we can benchmark the German environment as well.
I would like to invite the third presenter on the topic of science capital and community citizen science, opening science to all. Professor Christotia Herodoto will make the presentation. She has professional experience in learning analysis and innovative research methodologies, based on which she is designing and evaluating learning technologies such as online platform applications and digital games. You may have heard about citizen science often. Her presentation is an extension of citizen science, which is community citizen science. Let us meet her through the...
Hello, I'm Christotia Herodotou. I'm an associate professor at the Open University in England, and this talk is about science capital and why it is important. So what is capital? The origins of the concept of capital goes back to sociology and the work of Bourdieu back in 1986. By capital, we refer to the sum of a person's assets in use. And by assets, I refer to things like the financial situation of a person, culture, social position, and symbols of status. So Bourdieu talked about different forms of capital in the sense of symbolic capital, referring to things like prestige, cultural capital, referring to a person's qualifications and competences, social capital, referring to how recognized a person is by others, and economic capital, referring to financial means. For Bourdieu, we inherit our cultural attitudes during childhood from our previous generations. Also, he thought that income is an important factor that shapes our tastes and preferences. So how did we move from capital to science capital? What has been observed is that young people find science as an interesting topic. They also have very positive views of scientists and their work, and their parents think that science is an important topic. Yet a paradox has been observed. Their intention to become a scientist when they grow up was found to be very limited. So the STEM skills gap was observed. This gap refers to careers in science, technology, engineering, and maths, and the fact that for the last 20 years we have the same people occupying this kind of jobs, the same gender, mostly male, the same social status, and therefore this raised issues as to why this is happening. researchers, in particular Archer and her group, introduced the concept of science capital, which is based on those ideas of Bourdieu about social capital. So science capital is something that explains why only some young people take part and pursue a career in STEM. It explains why science is not for some people, so why some young people say that science is not for me. What is science capital? As you see on this picture, is like a bag that contains different things related to science. These things are science-related knowledge, science-related attitudes, experiences and resources that someone acquires throughout life. So it's about what you know in relation to science, how you think about science, what are your attitudes and beliefs, what do you do that relates to science, and who you know that maybe has a science career. So Archer and her group developed a 14-item scale capturing 8 dimensions of science capital. So they defined science capital through those 8 dimensions. Briefly, the first one refers to scientific literacy, and this is about the knowledge and understanding a person has about science and how it works. The second one is about science attitudes, values, and dispositions, and this is about whether young people, they see science as relevant, as being relevant to their own life. The third component is about knowledge with regards to the transferability of science. So whether it can be applied to science qualifications, knowledge, and skills. So do they see, for example, that science can lead to a wide range of jobs, not necessarily science-related ones? The fourth element is science media consumption, and this refers to whether a person watches science-related television, they read science-related books and magazines. The fifth element is whether they take part in out-of-school science learning context. So how often do they visit museums, science exhibitions, science clubs? The sixth element is about the skills, knowledge and qualifications in their family. So whether other people in their family have or are related to science to some extent. The seventh element is knowing people in science-related roles. So whether they have people in their family, friends, peers, or community circles that have science-related jobs. And the very last one aspect is talking about science in everyday life. So it's whether a young person, for example, talks and chooses to talk about science with other people and more likely out of school. So why is this concept important? Here I share a large-scale study from the Enterprising Science National Survey. In this survey, more than 3,500 young people took part, aged 11 to 15 years old. And what the researchers found out was that only 5% have high science capital, and these were more likely to be boys, South Asian, and socially advantaged ones. Then 68 of them had medium levels of science capital, and perhaps most importantly, nearly one third of the participants, 27%, were found to have a low science capital. And this is quite concerning because it means that these people may not have the opportunities to take up or participate in STEM-related activities. Overall, the main conclusion from this study was that the more science capital a young person has, the more likely is to continue with science after the age of 16 and also see themselves as having a science identity. So why does science capital matter? I summarize here the reasons why this concept and this understanding is very important. The first one is that it can help us understand why. First, it helps us understand the science-related background of learners, so we can capture, understand, describe the science background of learners. Secondly, it explains why some learners and not others see STEM as not being for them. They don't want, for example, to have a career in science. Thirdly, it can guide interventions that are needed and could actually increase the science capital of young people, especially those identified as having low science capital. And these kind of interventions are quite significant because they can promote social justice and equity in the society. In particular, it can inform teaching and teaching approaches as to how to support the development of science capital in young people while they are growing up and while they are at school. For example, some interventions could be to introduce scientists to students so they communicate with the real science and they understand how they think and how they became scientists, or possibly connect some of the school activities with out-of-school programs like research projects or citizen science projects. In particular, I want to comment on this intervention a bit more. In particular, I want to say and talk about how science capital could be supported through citizen science activities. By citizen science, I refer to the participation of the general public in research activities in different capacities. It could be to help scientists collect data, to help scientists analyze data, or it could be to conceive, put together, and implement their own piece of research that is relevant to themselves and their communities. So in this slide, I just briefly mention how citizen science is moving towards an understanding of community needs and towards community-led research. So there are different types of citizen science we could use to engage young people with and potentially increase their science capital. Some programs, citizen science programs, take place in the field. Some others are purely online, and some others are have a combination of field-based and online elements. This is what the citizen science looks like in the field. It's all about people getting together with adults, scientists, researchers, observing, taking notes, recording and documenting nature and biodiversity. These kind of events are organized by museums, for example, and here I have the example of the Natural History Museum in London. They organize one-day citizen science programs where they invite people, young people and adults, to discover as many species as possible in a set location, like plants, animals, and fungi available in the location, in a set location. And this normally spans a 24-hour window, and they are called bioblitzes. Now, when these events are longer than a day, they are referring to as ongoing programs. And here I have the example of the City Nature Challenge, managed by two other natural history museums in California. And the last one took place between May the 4th and May the 9th. And the whole idea is that different cities across the world are capturing and documenting biodiversity. The third type of citizen science takes place purely online and is different citizen science platforms that enable people to take part in scientific research. And I have here the example of the iNaturalist, which is more of a social network about biodiversity, the example of Enquire, which is about scaffolding the process of community-led research, and the example of Zooniverse, where participants mostly help scientists to analyze data. So how does science capital and citizen science relate? What I put on this slide is on the left-hand side the aspects of science capital that could be fostered or for which we have evidence that can be fostered through participation in citizen science programs. So in particular, what we know from research is that people who take part in citizen science have a better understanding of science, they know better how science is done, they have more confidence and performance to take part in scientific activities, they reported changes in their perceptions of science, they developed new roles in practicing science, and also an appreciation of nature. So this evidence from a number of studies point to aspects of science capital like scientific literacy, scientific attitudes and values, participation in out-of-school learning contexts, and knowing people in the practice of citizen science. And here I will mention in particular a project I have been involved with the last 4 years. The aim of it was to understand and improve the design of citizen science programs for young people in particular across 3 natural history museums. You can see here the California Academy of Sciences, the Natural History Museum in London and in Los Angeles. And what we found from this project, actually I would just refer to online participation in citizen science activities, is that the young people aged 5 to 19 years old had an enhanced understanding of how real science works, increased confidence and performance in science. They changed their perceptions and they developed new roles while they took part in these programs. Perhaps an important additional finding was that pre-existing science capital, in particular prior learning, talking about science out of school, visiting science platforms, and physical places such as museums, were related to reported learning outcomes. So the greater the learning outcomes reported from taking part in a citizen science program, the greater the science capital was. So in a way, those people who had significant science capital got the most out of participation in these programs. And of course, this raises questions as to how can we design citizen science programs in ways that develop also the science capital of those young people that is not as developed as the ones we examined in this study. My last few slides is to talk about a tool that we can engage young people with as a means to develop their science capital. And this is the Enquire platform designed and managed by the Open University in England. So this is a tool where any person can design a study. There are a number of, there is an authoring functionality that walks them through the process of designing a study. They can test their study and pilot it with people and then improve the design. They can collect data in the form of text, images, sensor-based data. They can visualize data, and by visualizations I mean that they can open the data to participants, they can show them summary graphs while data is collected, or they can see actual responses and they can reply, comment, or like these responses. And of course they can share ongoing and final findings via the platform. We designed this tool in order to help people, especially those with limited, I would say, science capital, to learn about how research is done. And this learning can be achieved by taking part in studies set by others. And when we design studies, we provide feedback always as to so people can actually find out more about the topic they took part in. Also, we provide those data visualizations as a means to engage them with the data as this is collected and through peer learning. Also, they can set up their own studies through the authoring functionality of the tool. It is free to use and it is supported by scientists. So if a group of young people want to set up a study and they don't have the skills to do, they can be supported by the tool, and also scientists that communicate with potential authors and guide them in the process of designing a study. So the whole idea is about helping people to start thinking critically and scientifically. And here I have the example of the garden watch, where we ask people to record who lives in their gardens, and we got more than 200,000 responses with support from the BBC. This was my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to the question and answer session during the symposium. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. She made presentation about community citizen science. She presented how the adolescents are actually able to participate in science-related activities in their community. I think that there will be more achievements in the future, and we learned a lot through your presentation. So far, we listened to the presentation from 3 presenters about Science Capital and why it matters. From now on, we're going to have Q&A session. The 3 presenters are here with us online through Zoom. If you have any question, please upload your question to our official website, KakaoTalk Open Chat Room, or YouTube chat box, as well as on Tengiji application, and we will answer your question. First of all, we would like to listen to the comments of discussants who are here with us. Regarding Science Museum and making the public more feel comfortable with using Science Museum, you may have a lot of experience, and we learned a lot through their 3 presenters' presentation. Dr. Hong, I have a question to you. There are many activities in science museums that were presented by the 3 speakers, and from your experience after listening to the presentations, what kind of lessons did you learn? You can also ask questions to the presenters. First of all, I would like to thank the 3 presenters for their efforts on their research on Science Capital, and thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I am working at National Science Museum of Daegu in Korea, so I have high interest in Science Capital. Especially during COVID-19 situation, our museum was closed and schools were closed as well, so students were not able to go to school. And while listening to the 3 presentations,
I was very impressed by the presentation on chemistry capital. The role of science museums can be very diverse. We have been working on STEM teaching and education and learning, but in reality, when you think about STEM, I think the same thing is happening in the States. We have to nurture our audiences. So we have to do more, but we have to think about what impacts and what results we produce. So I learned a lot of lessons from the 3 presentations, and specifically from the chemistry capital theory. That makes me think of what role researchers should play. I'd like to make 2 points. One, science capital should be created on a certain environment. So we have to create a positive environment for nurturing science capital, and we will talk more about it in this discussion session. And the gap at home environments will result in the gap and discrepancies in an individual's science capital. So anyone out of 3 those presenters, do you want to make a comment or add a comment to what I have just explained?
Regardless of the order of presentation, any presenter among 3 of you, any presenter can make comments first.
질문이 아까 코멘트가 이제 뮤션펠러 박사님께
I think this was a question for Ms. Rillis Wuttenfoller. So can we start with you?
So I am not sure if I understood the question well. I understood that you're worried about the gap that is emerging between students who have a lot of chemistry capital and who do not have a lot of chemistry capital, and what it makes for their achievement and also for their experiences in science museum. Is that correct?
맞을까요?
예, 맞습니다. 예.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I think this is really the core of science capital research for museums, in my opinion. I think it is very for me. If I was working in a museum, a science museum, and was worried about this gap, I think try to understand who is coming to my museum. Why are these people coming to my museum? Is there maybe are we targeting also the students and the young people who do not have so much chemistry or science capital, or are we targeting mostly the students who already do have a lot of science capital? And what could we do to reach all students and not only those who already have the science capital? I think Ms. Herodotou, I think your presentation also led to this this statement. I'm not sure. Maybe you can comment on this.
Thank you. Yes, actually, my first thought was to understand the audiences visiting those museums and possible identify what kind of barriers there may be for a young person to visit a museum. Is it, for example, free to enter the museum? Are young people encouraged to visit a museum through, let's say, publicity around museum activities? And the second point I would like to make is that at least in the case of the Natural History Museum in London, the entrance of which is free and families and young people are encouraged, we still see specific demographics joining the museum, and these are more likely families and young people that have a kind or to a certain extent considerable science capital. So my suggestion would be to develop links with formal education and trying to engage with schools that are in disadvantaged areas, for example. So formal teaching activity could lead to, let's say, visiting a natural history museum or any other type of museum, and young people are encouraged to visit them because this becomes part of their formal educational experiences. Thank you.
Yes, and maybe I can add some point. I would also look at the structure of the language in the museum. So, what kind of language do you use in your museum? Is it a language that is that everyone can understand, or does it have a lot of barriers for people who speak other languages at home, maybe, or who don't have such a high level of Korean skills? Yeah, that would also be, from my perspective, something important.
And also to reflect upon what do you as a museum demand of your visitor? What do you expect them to do, kind of out of their point of view? Because if you don't have a high kind of science capital, we realize that we kind of have quite high expectations when they come through the door, and realizing that, it made us kind of think, how can we help them? Because if you don't have the high science capital, it could be quite intimidating. Even though you have a higher education, a high cultural capital, science could be quite intimidating.
Briefly add to this, I would also say how relevant are the science, the science museum experiences to the lives of those young people. And here we may need more work to understand what motivates a young person to engage with a museum and how we could possibly develop an interest in finding out more about local museums, or how we could make the whole experience a family experience and not just a young person's experience with the local museum. So in a way, if this is perceived as a family activity, a young person will be encouraged to visit the museum because their family is joining as well. So I think it matters how we present and situate a visit to a museum in relation to the life of the young person.
Yes, and we know for families, when they come to us, they want a fun experience. They want to do something together. And then if they learn, it's great.
오케이. 잘 들었습니다. 이야기가
Thank you so much for your comments. So that naturally leads us to the next topic. We may have an official channel and an informal channel. We talk both of them now. When we discuss science capital, there is a concept of science capital, as we are all aware of, and there is inequality in science capital between individuals and students and people. So for us, as a researcher, that is a point of start. That is a starting point. Then how can we address inequality in science capital between individuals? Dr. Choi Young-gu, could you tell us about what informal teaching environment and formal teaching environment should do to address and reduce the gap in inequality? I found 3 of the presentations very interesting, and I was very impressed. Personally, I was very impressed by this topic as well because I find it, again, very interesting because I earned my PhD degree in France about 30 years ago. I studied in France. Back then, in France, I studied sociology, and one of the most important topics in sociology was the cultural capital by Pierre Bourdieu. And I was very much interested in the topic, and I continued my study on the sociology aspect in Korea as well when I came back to Korea. And the theme of the ISSM this year, when I heard that it is science capital, I was quite surprised because the concept of science capital is not easy. The way I understand science capital is, I think the audience and the viewers will find the concept of science capital very difficult. It's not an easy concept to understand. So as a discussant, I'd like to give more explanation to the theory. Pierre Bourdieu, when he came up with cultural capital, he said there was only this concept of economic capital. But this Pierre Bourdieu came up with this new concept of cultural capital. And his followers and his students came up with this idea of symbolic capital and social capital. So there are 4 different concepts of capital. And among them, science capital is a part of cultural capital under his theory. And his cultural theory can be divided into 3 different concepts. And the most important concept, he thought, was embodied, incorporated resource. Like it is embodied in your body, so you have this science capital and your preferences, and they are the most important thing for your whole life, according to him. And there are 2 more concepts under his theory. One is about objectivated resources in English. I know the French word, but I don't know exactly how it is translated into English words. So if we have tools and objects and scientific equipment, it is safe to say you have this objective capital. The last concept is institutionalized capital. Institutionalized capital. It's about science. It's about licenses or degrees related to science. So when we discuss science capital, we mostly focus on incorporated resources. The remaining two concepts are equally important. So I'd like to ask Ms. Release Uchenpoller about how she thinks about institutionalized resources and objectivated resources. Since we are running out of time, could you give us a very simple and brief answer to the question? This is a question for the three presenters.
Yeah, I will try to give a brief answer. I think institutionalized and objectified capital-made object is very important in science capital research. I'm not an expert on this topic, I must admit, so I'm not so sure. Maybe Thea or Cecilia, maybe you can add something.
Well, I think as science capital has been defined, it talks about, for example, role models or knowing people in the practice of science, or having family members, for example, that have science-related jobs. And also resources is an important dimension as well, as to whether, for example, you have access to books about science or you watch science-related programs. So all these aspects have shown to relate to to building science capital, and possibly this is a good starting point if we want to enhance the science capital of young people, to identify those resources that may be particularly interested in and provide them with those, let's say, books or TV programs that would start engaging them with science. And then we assess how these kind of interventions may work with them and start building on them. One important aspect here is what kind of role models we are bringing into a classroom, for example, or we are engaging young people with, and whether they perceive them as similar to them. And here I will briefly mention ethnicity and whether the role models we are presenting, let's say, to Black students are always white scientists, or whether we could actually bring into the classroom Black scientists, Black male and female scientists, just to show them that the science can actually be for them as well, and also relate better to a person from their own background.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your comment. We have questions coming up through the chat box, but I'm sorry that we have to wrap up the session due to time constraint. But I want to make one comment, and any of you can answer this question. Regarding science capital, do you have any scale or instrument that enables you to compare science capital among different countries? Or are we talking about science capital of only one country? Do we have any instrument to make comparison of science capital among different countries? That's the question.
For us, that is a challenge because the measurement is based in the UK. But I know that Denmark right now are doing a study on Danish children. And in the System 2020 project, we did kind of science capital informed surveys within 19 European countries that showed the same results. But we would like to know more. And I think Finland may go that way as well.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your comments. This is the question from the audience. As you mentioned, we need to think about various elements like language, religion, and races and ethnicity. So in order to redefine the concept of science capital, we need to conduct more research, and I'd like to ask you to continue your efforts. Thank you very much.
네, 감사의 박수.
I'd like to thank the three speakers for their wonderful presentations. Thank you very much. Now we are going to have the quiz show. The three speakers made the questions themselves. Let me introduce you the gifts we are going to hand out today. 20 people will be chosen for the prizes, and 150 people will also have gifts. The first prize winner will receive Galaxy Tab S7 FE. The second place winner will receive Galaxy Watch 4, and third place will receive Galaxy Buds 2. The first place and fifth place will receive wireless eye massagers, and sixth and tenth will receive 10,000 won gift voucher of eMart, and 11th to 20th will receive gift cone of Baskin-Robbins ice cream, and 150 people will receive a voucher for barista espresso latte of Baskin-Robbins. And those who signed up online, only they can receive one of these gifts. If you are not signing up yet, please go to the official website of ISSM 2021 and sign on to the website. Now, let's start the live quiz show.
The first question was given by Ms. Cecilia Ekstrand from Sweden. Here goes the question. The question related to science capital. The biggest benefit from science capital related job is that you can share the mind and language of science with the entire science related industries. If it's correct, choose O. If it's not correct, choose X. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. The answer is, let's see. The answer is O. Cecilia Ekstrand mentioned that in order to Cecilia Ekstrand adopted the concept of science capital to address the inequalities in science capital. And she mentioned that you can share the mind and language of science with the institutions and entire science-related communities. Thank you very much for your participation.
두 번째
The second question is coming from Dr. Willis Ruspola in Germany. This is an OX question, just like the previous one. The question is, Dr. Willis Ruspola said it's relatively easier for a student with good or high level of chemistry capital at home to continue his or her science study at school and at home. She made a presentation on the nature of chemistry capital. Let's take a look at the result. The answer is O. Dr. Willis Ruspola said, according to our study, if a student has a higher level of chemistry capital at home, it is easier for her or him to continue his chemistry study at home and at school. A lot of people answered right.
정답. 이어서 두 개의 OX 퀴즈고요. 마지막은 객관.
Lastly, we have multiple choice-based question. Choose the right answer among the below. What is the relation between science capital and students who want to pursue science major? Number 1, the lower the science capital, the more students want to have career in STEM area. Number 2, the more the science capital, the more students want to have science career. Third, science capital has nothing to do with STEM major. It's kind of easy question. Choose one correct answer among the 3 choices. The answer is number 2. The more the science capital, the more the students want to have career in science area. So the more the science capital, the more the accessibility to science education, which will make it easy for students to dream of entering the science arena. So some of you may have been embarrassed with the sudden multiple choice question. We'd like to now have a surprise lucky draw. 50 people will receive coffee coupons. So 50 participants will receive the free coffee voucher. Congratulations! Barista Espresso Latte will be given to these 50 participants. So we have finished the quiz show for session 1. I'd like to ask you to be with us for session 2 and 3. You can find clues to the answers of the quiz from the presentation materials. We still have a lot of time left. Please check the information at our official website. I'd like to ask for your active participation in session 2 and 3. From 12:30 p.m. Korean time, we're going to start the second invitation lecture session under the title of Education for Building Science Capital. We have the academic manager from the UK Science Museum. We have Dr. Megan Ennis from the Florida University Natural History Museum, and we have Director Maria Santo-Udaki from Italy National Leonardo da Vinci Science Technology Museum. We're going to have a look at what it means to educate students for building science capital. We're going to start the second session. Professor Choi Yeon-gu will be the moderator. Nice to meet you all. We are going to have the second session. In the morning session, we learned about the concept of science capital and why it matters. In the second session, we're going to talk about education for building science capital. We invited 3 presenters.
The first speaker is the manager, Academy Manager of a Science Museum Group in the UK, Miss Beth Hawkins. And she's going to tell us about how she developed and taught curriculum for staff of science museums, teachers, and STEM experts. And she also developed learning materials for schools and homes. So she's going to share with us her experiences. And she's going to tell us the Science Museum Group in the UK, its approach to transforming practices and taking a science capital approach at the UK Science Museum Group.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to join you today. My name is Beth Hawkins and I'm the Academy Manager for the Science Museum Group. Today, I'm going to share the Science Museum Group's journey working to embed the academic research around Science Capital across our organisation, including why we're taking this approach, how we're applying the research and what this looks like in practice. To set the scene, the Science Museum Group is the UK's National Museum of Science and Industry, which is made up of 5 museums across the UK. Our museums explore the past, present and future of science through our collections and exhibitions, hands-on experiences and contemporary science offer, both in and beyond our sites. As an organisation, our mission is to inspire futures, and we're committed to playing our part in enabling more people to participate in science and helping everyone to access the social and economic benefits that it brings. We recognise that taking a science capital approach can help us to achieve this, and so we have made this one of our key strategic priorities. And whilst we know not everyone needs to study science or take part in science-related activities, everyone should feel able to do so. You may have seen this graph before, which shows the levels of science capital or science attitudes here in the UK. It shows how 5% have high science capital, meaning that they're actively involved and really interested in science. 68% have medium science capital, meaning that they're interested but don't make much effort to get involved, which leaves 27% who have low science capital and who really don't feel that science is for them. This data was collected from young people living close to our museums, and it likely reflects their family science capital as well. And it was this data that made us think about who we are reaching through our museums and our offer. So looking at visitors to our museums, we found that most of them have high science capital. We also get quite a few people with medium science capital, but there are a lot of people who are missing and who are not coming. People with lower science capital rarely visit our museums because they feel excluded by science and from visiting places like ours. This also highlights why school visits to our museums are really important, as there are many children who will never visit us with their families. The research into science capital gives insight into what influences and shapes people's attitudes towards science, how it's more than just what you know about science. It also recognises the significance of how you think about it, what science-related activities that you do, and who you know in shaping your identity and confidence with science and maths. All of us have different amounts of science capital, and it's not fixed and it can change across a lifetime. And every experience that you have can influence your relationship with science, both positively and negatively. Social justice and equity are integral to the concept of science capital, enabling and empowering everyone to access the opportunities and wonders of science. Being open for all is one of the Science Museum Group's 5 core values, and the science capital research helps to recognise people's differences and helps us to ensure that they get the support that they need. We also recognise that some of the approaches that we use in our museums can favour those who are already culturally engaged and will exclude people who face inequalities in wider society. So what is the role that museums and science centres can play in improving people's attitudes towards science and to build their science capital? People experience and learn about science in many different places, at school, at home, and in their everyday life. Informal learning experiences like ours play a key part in the science learning landscape by supporting and encouraging audiences to extend their learning within and beyond our spaces. They are a trusted source of information, and they help to broaden perceptions around what science is. They also have the potential to inspire people of all ages and backgrounds with the opportunities and wonders of science and introduce them to the joy of discovery. Every aspect of a visit or an experience is an opportunity to shape someone's feelings and attitudes towards science. And everyone across the whole organisation has their own strength and a role that they can play. This diagram represents an organisational model for delivering engaging, inspiring and memorable experiences. And every level here needs to be addressed if we are to help more people to feel welcome and at home in our museums and to grow their science capital. The first level is physical and basic needs. These are the foundations of any experience, all the essential things that need to be in place before anything else can happen. They're the things that ensure that people feel comfortable and safe and can access our experiences. This includes our spaces being clean, having enough seating, that the offer is accessible to everyone, exhibits that work, and that wait times are not too long. The next level is emotional, social needs. And this is about making sure that everyone feels welcome and that they belong in our spaces. This includes a warm welcome, helpful staff, marketing that makes everyone feel invited, a reasonably priced cafe, and that they're experienced that are on offer for my community. The next level is the engagement or learning needs. And this is where a lot of work tends to be focused. But it's worth remembering that if the other needs are not met, people will find it hard to engage at this level. Here, we need to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to contribute and to get involved in our experiences. When all these needs are met, then we can achieve our outcome to grow science capital. And this will be a feeling that our museums or our centres are places for them, and then when people feel inspired to do more or to find out more. We use a quote in our training that people will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they'll never forget the way that you made them feel. And how people feel in our museums is what we're working to achieve. We are supporting our staff to deliver this in lots of different ways. This is an overview of the training and materials we've put in place to support them. The main thing that we're supporting our staff to do is to reflect on their everyday work, considering the needs of a broader range of people and giving them permission to experiment to see what works, what doesn't work, and to go from there. For our staff, the science capital approach is empowering and it enables them to maximise the impact of their work. The most central and important tool that the Science Museum Group have developed is a set of reflection points. These are action-focused considerations which bring together good practice around science and cultural engagement. And they're used to help us to reflect on our everyday interactions and when creating new experiences, including exhibitions, shows, and workshops. These are quite simple considerations, but they are all important, and it's surprising how often we forget to include them. I won't go through them all now, but they include things like how can we help people to feel more confident and get involved in our experiences, helping people to recognise that they have and they use science skills, encouraging people to talk about science, extending our experience with activities for people to do at home or at school, using relevant and everyday examples to help explain the science and put it into context, and giving positive reinforcement, helping people to feel good about science. And I'll share a few examples of changes that we have made using these reflection points. My first example is from Wonderlab, our flagship hands-on gallery, which reveals the beauty of the science and maths that shapes our everyday lives. About 5 years ago, we redeveloped this gallery, which gave us the opportunity to think and do things differently, taking a science capital approach. And one of the areas that we worked on was the exhibit labels. This is an exhibit in the gallery which is called Icy Bodies. It uses dry ice, which as it sublimes, it creates the most beautiful patterns and movement. The picture on the right shows the old label, which explains and describes a lot about the detail of the science, but not much else. And so using the reflection points, this label was given an update. So this is what it looks like now. If you remember the reflection points, this considers how to help people to feel more confident using the exhibit, and it now includes a picture to show you how to interact with it. It still includes content, but it now also includes some questions to help get people talking. It also, if you can see it in the bottom right corner, is an example of an everyday example of whether science is used in everyday life. Use an example that everyone should be able to identify with. In this case, it shows how dry ice is used in TV and film special effects. And even choosing the best example to use here was also a science capital reflection. The original example was that dry ice is used in the theatre, but we reflected that not everyone will have been to the theatre or experienced that kind of experience. So the example of film and TV would be more relevant to more people. Another example is the redevelopment of our activities. This is one of the ways that we link and connect with families and schools across the learning landscape. These older activities, like the exhibit labels, were informative and they got the job done. But we wanted to help more people to make science connections. One of the big changes that we made was to make these activities suitable for families to use as well as for schools, helping to bring more science into the home. Using the reflection points, we added information to help adults, either teachers or parents, to feel more confident with the science and to run the activity. We've also added information about the skills that are used in the activity. Again, everyday examples of where the science is used, and it prompts and encourages people to talk. This next example considers how not everyone feels that science is for them, but they may identify with being more creative. So to help build people's confidence and broaden perceptions of who uses science in their life, we have thought about how we can present science in unexpected, more creative and artistic ways to help people to explore science themes and topics in a way that they feel more comfortable with. This picture is a wonderful 3.5-meter sculpture by the artist Mark Quinn, which greets visitors to the Science Museum's new medicine galleries. It's called The Self-Conscious Gene, and it explores the deep desire held by humans to understand their bodies and their personal histories. My final example is how we're bringing more people stories into our exhibitions and public programs. Not just about the famous scientists, but the real people who are using science in their work today. This picture's from an exhibition that was about antibiotic resistance and superbugs, and it featured a range of people for whom this is a key part of their job. We also run a lot of events in the museum with people who use science in their work, and this can really help visitors to see people who do science are often people just like them and have similar interests that they do. We always train scientists and volunteers to work with the public so that they feel confident to share and talk about their work and work with audiences in an inspiring and engaging way. So to finish up, I wanted to address one of the most common questions that we get asked, which is how to measure success. Success of taking this science capital approach can come in a variety of forms and across a number of different scales, from working with new ways to recruit and grow fresh talent to your organisation, to forming a relationship with a new visitor community. This theory of change shows that if we apply a science capital approach, this will lead to greater engagement or attitudes to science, which will grow their science capital. We can observe and measure engagement and attitudes, and it's worth considering what you would like to see as an output for your centre. For us, we wanted to see more diversity in our visitors and for more people to see the value of science through the work that we do. One of the ways that we're capturing this information is using our science engagement measure. This is not the only evaluation tool and approach that we use, but it's probably the widest reaching. These questions are used in our exit surveys as people leave our museums. They are top-level questions, and they don't give a huge amount of in-depth information, but they do help us to get an understanding of how successful our experiences have been. So that brings me to the end of my talk. And I'd like to leave you by saying how all of you and all of your organisations do amazing things and have excellent opportunities to reach and connect with different people. Whether you are a museum leader, you create exhibitions, you work with schools, or you work at a festival, you will each have your own personal superpower to make a difference and to help more people to feel that science and STEM is something that they can be part of. Thank you all so much for listening. Goodbye.
예.
Thank you so much. Ms. Beth Hopkins told us about roles of Science Museum. And Science Museum is a part of our daily life, and there are many places where we can access science. School is one example, and Science Museum is another example, so it plays an important role. So in science museums, we connect with other people through science, and it'll help enhance interest in science, and it can lead to another changes. And she asked a good question at the end of her presentation. She asked, how are we going to use superpower that we have? So it was a good opportunity for us to think about how we will utilize the power.
Let us move on to the second presentation. The second presentation is about science-related programs provided by museums. The presenter will make explanation about how we can support the science capital through museum-based family programming. Dr. Megan Ennis will make a presentation. She is focused on providing online learning experience for students so that they can have aspiration to pursue science career in their life and develop more interest in science. In her presentation, he will explain what kind of family-based science programmings have been operated by the Florida Museum of Natural History. Dr. Megan Ennis will make the presentation.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak at this year's symposium. My name is Dr. Megan Ennis, and the title of my talk is Supporting Science Capital Through Museum-Based Family Programming. I was excited to see this year's International Symposium of Science Museums focus was on science capital. Today, I'm going to share some strategies on how museums can support science capital through family-based programming. Before we dive into my talk, I'd like to tell you a little bit about who I am. I am a faculty member at the University of Florida in the Department of Natural History. As the Assistant Curator of Museum Education, I am housed within the Florida Museum of Natural History. I conduct research related to online learning in museums, museum educators' professional development, and how museums can support the science interests and career aspirations of underrepresented youth through family-based programming. Today, we'll be focusing on my work related to supporting science capital through family programming. As has already been discussed in this symposium, science capital is made up of the tangible and intangible resources one has related to science. This includes tools such as magnifying glasses or science-related books, as well as people who engage in science and science experiences. Current research on science capital found that the more science capital an individual has, the more likely they are to have science interests and aspirations. While not surprising, it is important to examine because science capital is a cultural form of capital and can lead to exclusion of people who do not have access to this type of capital, and is a barrier for many people from underrepresented groups or from low-wealth communities. In addition to an individual's science capital, it is vital to examine their family's science habitus, or the beliefs their family holds regarding what is normal and acceptable related to science. It can be summarized as who we are and what we do in science. Family culture plays a vital role in developing STEM interests. Parents, in particular, have been shown to be important in encouraging youth STEM interests, as they have the ability to limit or encourage youth interest in, as well as participation in, out-of-school STEM activities. Parents who engage their children in out-of-school science experiences and hobbies are more likely to raise children who have increased levels of science literacy, a greater desire to keep learning about science topics, and an understanding that science is important to them as a family. Museums and other informal science centers can help parents support their children's early interest in science through family programs that make science accessible, meaningful, and relevant for diverse students by connecting their home and community cultures to science. In addition to Science Capital and Family Science Habitus, we should also take into consideration the types of knowledge, connections, and capabilities a community possesses, or their community cultural wealth. Within this framework, cultural capital is made up of several interacting forms, including, but not limited to, social, familial, aspirational, navigational, and linguistic capital. The systems of relationships and resources an individual develops through interactions with other people and communities builds social capital. Familial capital includes the forms of cultural knowledge shared by kin, such as shared history or memories. Aspirational capital allows an individual to have goals and ambitions for the future, for oneself or others, despite any barriers they may perceive or experience. To pursue these goals, an individual must utilize their navigational capital, which allows them to understand and negotiate institutions such as school, the medical field, or even the field of science. Linguistic capital is the result of learning to communicate in more than one language or style and is associated with a set of intellectual and social skills. Language plays an important role in allowing individuals access to institutionalized capital in areas such as science. Museums should design programs that support the community cultural wealth, science capital, and science family habitus of their visitors. But how do you know if you're accomplishing these goals? To assess the science capital and family habitus of youth and adult visitors to museums, we designed the Next Gen Scientist Survey. We have one for youth aged 8 to 11, one for youth 11 and up, and one for adults. These surveys have been validated through a psychometric study and structural equation modeling. The survey assesses science capital measures such as access to science tools, science experiences, and science practitioners. It also assesses an individual's science achievement value, a factor made up of an individual's levels of science self-concept and self-efficacy, or whether they see themselves as someone who is interested in and good at science, as well as whether they think others see themselves that way. The survey also assesses their perceptions of whether their family values science. All of these things lead to an individual's future science task value, or whether they believe science will be useful in their future. Our research found that exposure to people who engage in science, have science experiences, and access to science tools positively impacts an individual's science achievement value and their perceived family science achievement value, which leads to increased future science task value, or the belief that science will be important to them in the future. I will include the references for the survey at the end of the presentation. To test a model for building the science capital and family habitus of youth, we designed a museum-based family STEM program. Our model used a systems approach to the problem. Rather than taking elementary-age children away from their natural support system, we developed a program that engaged the whole family, as defined by the families themselves. The families engaged in a 10-month program that included communal meals, hands-on science activities, community mentors, technology-enhanced learning, take-home activities, and interactions with scientists. The aim of the program was to support the science capital, family habitus, and community cultural wealth of the participants. And unless otherwise noted, all of the images in this presentation are from our program. Our participants completed the Next Gen Scientist Survey at the beginning and end of the program. We found participation in our Family STEM program increased the youth participants' science expectancy value, or seeing themselves as someone who does science, as well as the amount of time that participants said they engaged in science experiences outside of school. While we didn't see a significant increase in future science task value, the participants in our program maintained their high levels of future science task value compared to the control group, which saw a decline. This is very important as this is the age group where youth begin to see a decline in science interests and career aspirations. In addition to impacting the targeted youth in the program, we found the program had positive impacts on the siblings who attended. One parent told us her son had learning disabilities and had never managed to score above a D in science. The year of our program, however, he received the Principal's Achievement Award for bringing his grade up to an A for the very first time. She told us that she credited us for helping him to see the relevance of science and build his interest, which he then applied in school. This was amazing to hear, not only because he brought his grade up, but because this was a 7th grade sibling of one of our targeted elementary children. We also had wonderful feedback from grandmothers who brought their grandchildren. One told us that after participating in the program, her grandchildren could tell what science is all about and the different types of science. They were more interested in becoming a scientist. They wanted to explore the world, they looked for rocks, plants, and animals, and try to find more about them. They go to explore at museums, parks, the zoo, and the beach, and more. And now they ask to buy tools to use that are related to science, like binoculars or bug catching kits. While we expected to see results with the youth participants, we didn't expect to see the changes we saw in the parents. Our parent participants reported that the program significantly increased all forms of their community cultural wealth. Many said they increased the amount of time they spent talking with others about science. They began learning more about science themselves, and several decided to go back to school to pursue STEM degrees. One mother told us, "It definitely opened our world to science. I actually developed a like relationship with science. Not quite the love thing yet, but the exposure really helped us to have more conversations about space. At night, we're looking at the moon to see if we know if it's full or a half moon, things like that, to see if we can find the Big Dipper or the North Star. With every activity that we've had, it's really opened up our world and helped us learn more about the world around us." This program was very resource intensive, but museums have the opportunity to build the science capital and family habitus of their visitors through various strategies. One of the first strategies that I want to recommend for supporting science capital and family habitus is by identifying ways to develop family-based programs. As a society, we have spent the last 40 years or so trying to increase the number of students choosing to pursue STEM degrees, but we really haven't seen a very big shift. Part of the reason is that we have invested in programs targeted towards individual children, and then we send them home to families who may not know how to support their new interests. By developing family-oriented programs, we can support the science capital of all members of the family and enhance their family science habitus, or the beliefs and behaviors the family holds regarding to science. This will increase the likelihood that parents will engage their children in science activities and support their interest in science. However, just designing programs for family doesn't mean that the parents or other caregivers will know how to best engage with their children. For many parents, engaging in a program as a family may be a new experience. They may be used to stepping back and watching their children engage, or having a tendency to take over the project and complete it for their child. Museums should consider what strategies they can offer parents and caregivers to assist them in engaging with their children. For example, the Marbles Kids Museum in North Carolina has developed a resource called Playful Parenting Tips. They offer several strategies to help parents engage with their children. One example is, think aloud as you problem solve. When kids can understand your thinking and why you did things a certain way, it helps develop critical thinking skills and independent problem solving. Another strategy I recommend is developing questioning guides for parents. What information or guiding questions can you offer parents so they can engage their children in discussions around science? Like all of us, parents don't want to seem like they don't know what they're talking about. This can lead to parents disengaging in the activity. By offering guidance on how to talk to their children about the subject, you can help parents feel more comfortable with a subject many find intimidating. Rather than just saying something like, ask open-ended questions, give caregivers specific questions they can ask to further science learning with their children. Another issue that may arise if parents and caregivers do not have guidance on how to engage with their children is that they may do the activity for their child rather than letting their child lead the way. The questioning guides can assist with this, as can designing activities that are collaborative rather than competitive. For example, in this photo from one of our programs, the mother is assisting her daughters with designing a Rube Goldberg machine. Families work together to design a complex machine to solve a simple problem using found materials. What types of science-based activities can you engage multi-generational families in at your institution so that they can work together to complete the task rather than compete with one another? Another way to support the science capital of families is to add to the science resources they have access to at home. For the museums in our program, these take-home activities range from free to fairly costly. So what you send home is dependent on your budget. Some examples included circuit kits and books. However, if you send home something as complex as a circuit kit, you need to help parents understand how they work, either by sending clear instructions or walking them through the materials before they go home. Other materials our museum sent included the ingredients to make rock candy and learn about how crystals are made. But one of the most talked about take-home activities was a pine cone. One of our museums sent home long-leaf pine cones that they found on their property. The children were tasked with watching the pine cone and using it as a weather gauge. These pine cones open and close based on the levels of humidity in the air. I initially thought this was a lackluster object to send home, but the youth talked about them all year long. One parent said she had to throw theirs away because her child kept bringing it in the car because he was so attached to it. So think creatively about what resources you can send home with families to continue the science learning and building their science capital. It doesn't need to be expensive or complicated. One final suggestion for how museums can support the science capital and family habitus of their visitors is to offer caregivers resources on how to find more information. This includes more information on the day's topic or opportunities to engage in learning science outside of the museum, such as activities that can be done with materials often found at home. Parents may not know how to support their child's newfound interest in science, so having curated resources can make the task much easier. Other resources you may want to offer is information on local science camps or events, and how to find scholarships for students to engage in those science camps or to attend college. Additionally, sharing career resources related to the day's topic can be very helpful as well. What does a parent need to know about the field to help their child consider pursuing a career in that area? Having information like that readily available can help support parents engaging with their child. Science museums are well positioned to support the science capital and family habitus of their visitors. Through intentional planning and some creativity, there are many strategies to engage families in ways that help them see science as something they do together for fun. By designing programs that engage families as a whole, you can create a supportive environment for encouraging the science capital, science interests, and science aspirations of your youth participants. I'd like to leave you with some additional resources based on our work on science capital and families. First is the psychometric study examining the 4 factors measured by our survey. The second is the structural equation modeling showing that who you know and the tools you have access to impact your future science task value. And the third is an article on how schools, and by extension museums, can create family programs to support science capital and family habitus. If you have any trouble accessing these articles, I am happy to send you a copy if you email me at megan.ennis@ufl.edu. Finally, I'd like to thank the National Science Foundation for supporting this program, Dr. M. Gail Jones for her leadership in envisioning this research, and most importantly, I'd like to thank our families who are willing to take our surveys and sit through interviews with me so we can learn more about how to support the science capital and career aspirations of youth through family-based programming. Finally, thank you for taking the time to watch this presentation, and I look forward to chatting with you soon.
Dr. Megan Ennis, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. The second presentation's keyword seems to be family. So through family-based science programming, the Florida Museum of Natural History supported Science Capital. Family is the basic unit of activities in our society. So from the perspective of Science Museum, providing family-based programming would be effective in supporting Science Capital. In this presentation, I found one interesting aspect. The concept is family capital.
Next is the final and last presentation of the second session. We will go to Italy. We've been visiting the UK and the US. Now we arrived at Italy. The speaker is Maria Santodacchi, Head of Education of the National Museum of Science and Technology, Leonardo da Vinci in Italy. The title of her presentation is The Added Value of Science Capital in the Design of Informal Learning Experiences. She started her career at the museum in 2001. Now she is the head of the same museum, and she has participated in educational program and local and overseas projects. Let's meet her through the video.
At the National Museum of Science and Technology, Leonardo da Vinci, and I'm very happy and honored to be part of this conference, and thank you for inviting me. My topic today is, of course, Science Capital, as this is the main theme of the whole conference, but I would like to focus more on the role of Science Capital in informal learning contexts, and especially in its role for the design of learning experiences for teachers and their students. I will not be defining Science Capital. I will not be discussing in detail the concept of it, because I know and I'm sure scholars other than me have done it and will be doing it throughout the conference, and even better. But I would like to mention briefly what Science Capital means at the National Museum of Science and Technology, Leonardo da Vinci, and how we have been integrating it and building on it in our work for education and learning. First of all, we believe that the great value of Science Capital for educational practitioners as ourselves is the way it helps us to understand what counts as learning and in learning. And this way, the help it can give us to reflect on our own STEM pedagogy and to understand how better we can design learning experiences, learning resources, and tools. In the case of the museum, and given its history and its tradition, we can say that Science Capital is integrated very naturally in our own existing approach to learning, which fosters the centrality of the learner, her uniqueness and multiplicity. And of course, this all is embedded in the way we develop our learning spaces, our learning programs and resources for our different audiences. We also find the Science Capital embedded in the most recent and ongoing internal professional development process that we decided indeed to engage ourselves with, all the staff, not only the education department, but the whole staff of the museum, because we felt the need to be acquainted and equipped with what it means to work for equity, inclusion, diversity, and access, what it means to be working with our communities and not only for our communities. Science Capital, finally, is also a very important aspect of recent and ongoing education projects that we have been working on, and I would like indeed today to focus on two of them. The first one is Tinkering EU, Building Science Capital for All. This is a project funded by the Erasmus program of the European Union, to which six European partners have participated and worked together for 3 years. We had 5 museums and science centers and 1 university that came together with the aim to contribute to the enrichment of the school practice through the application of the tinkering pedagogy in designing and delivering more inclusive STEM learning experiences. This was particularly important for us for those students facing disadvantage. And these are the schools that we have built a relationship with, and these are the teachers that we have worked with from the beginning to the end of the project. Tinkering for us was an incredibly potential tool. Tinkering is the pedagogy, is the approach that was designed and fostered and still fostered by the Tinkering Studio of the Exploratorium of San Francisco, and is an approach that fosters open-ended, creative and interdisciplinary learning. And we found it indeed with a great potential to maximize the opportunities for equitable, inclusive learning. And this is why we wanted to build a relationship with the teachers that could use and integrate tinkering in their own practice. So the Tinkering EU project worked on the idea that we needed to broaden what counts in learning and as learning. And to do this, one very important aspect of the project and of the work we did was to learn together. Informal educators, who were the staff of the partner institutions, and teachers, but not the ones designing learning experiences and activities for the others or for the students of the teachers that participated to the project. Our idea was to work from the very beginning with whom we called the teacher ambassadors. So the teachers who could bring the voice of the schools to the research and development process of the project itself. So we learned together. We trained together in tinkering, first of all as learners ourselves, and afterwards only as educators that needed and wanted to transfer this knowledge and these competencies and skills into their own formal or informal learning practice. The teacher ambassadors and the informal educators also designed together the training materials that were aimed at a later stage at a wider group of teachers. We need to say here that the teacher ambassadors were 2 teachers per museum, so we had 5 museums participating, and we had a total of 10 teachers that worked for the 3 years with us. But then in each country we had a group of 30 teachers who were the ones that implemented more widely the project with their students and brought tinkering, the tools, the resources and knowledge and skills into their own practice. These training materials and these learning activities and that use tinkering as a pedagogy and the resources for learners were designed together. So the learning was not only in terms of training together, but it was also in terms of designing together, understanding what tinkering is about, understanding the inclusivity of tinkering, and where it was that tinkering could indeed emphasize and foster the centrality and the uniqueness, the diversity and the multiplicity of the learners themselves. To do this, we wanted to look very closely and observe the practice of learning through tinkering, and to understand how tinkering and science capital dialogue between them, where it is that they overlap, positively overlap, because one has common characteristics with the other, but also one can inform the other. And to do this, to be able to look more closely into the tinkering pedagogy, but also even more practically into what is the tinkering experience of the students themselves, we designed observation and reflection tools that were used by the teachers while their students were in the museum to engage with the tinkering activities. The observation and the reflection tools were aimed to make teachers observe closely and focus on the environment, on the materials, on the activity and an experience, on the facilitation of a tinkering, of learning with tinkering while students engage with it, and so to explore the constitutive elements of tinkering in relation to what can be done in their own classroom to foster more inclusive learning. And by doing that, they caught up things that maybe they would not be able to catch if they did not engage through observation and reflection. And this helped them to understand indeed how tinkering pedagogy can be more inclusive, how it can be transferred in the school practice, but also how it can support the students, and especially those that are in risk of disaffection, to develop skills in the area of resilience, of problem solving, of creating exploration, because of the way that tinkering can support learners to value their own diversity, their own personal knowledge, and their own science capital during and for their own learning experience. The observation and the reflection process that we undertook with the teacher, not only the ambassadors, but also the wider group of teachers that participated to the project, was also analyzed as research data, and it arrived to certain results that were very important for us to understand how tinkering and science capital relate to one another. Now, the main finding of the project and of this process was that the tinkering and pedagogy can foster indeed a more inclusive approach to STEM learning for all students, and in particularly for those facing disadvantage in STEM learning with low levels of science capital. Indeed, if we go a little bit more into the findings of the observation and reflection process undertaken by the teachers, we can say that teachers indeed saw evidence of tinkering serving to level the playing field for those students with lower science capital. For example, those who identify less with traditional learning approaches, because of the way tinkering values their existing skills, their interests, their talents. It encourages creativity, for the way it provides multiple pathways for success, and therefore the way it boosts their motivations and confidence. Another finding was also that the tinkering approach, and therefore the tinkering activities and experience, are strongly associated with supporting students who are non-native speakers, because it has such a low language demand. but also, and at the same time, it can encourage language development. So the teachers found this potential, this opportunity to be highly beneficial for their students. They found it as a way of developing broad-ranging skills, especially in the areas of collaboration, of teamwork, of problem-solving, resilience, and creativity. Therefore, as a consequence, the experience of observing tinkering in action and reflecting on what they were observing supported very much the teachers' reflections about their own practice and about how they could utilize some of these learner-centered aspects of characteristics of tinkering, for example, with regards of the environment, of the organization of the materials, of the organization of the collaborative work, of the way to facilitate learners in engaging with tinkering, how they could transfer and utilize and adapt some of these elements into their own practice. For the remaining time, case study number 2 is STEM Lab. This is a national project which addresses the peripheries of the countries. So it has interventions across the whole country of Italy, and especially goes to work and to address those communities that have important problems of educational poverty in young generations from 5 to 14 years old. Now, the aim of the project, which is still ongoing, is to empower schools, is to work on the school as a community catalyst, if you like, because the school increases their role as inclusive learning environment through the use of approaches and resources for engaging with STEM. And how did we do that? Again, here, informal and formal educators, so professionals from museums, but also community partners and schools worked together because they wanted to empower schools. They wanted to give them a more important role, a wider role in the community. And they did that, first of all, by designing and building learning spaces within the schools across the country, in those schools of the peripheries, that could become the context in which the young people with their own families could go, spend time in, and engage in STEM-oriented experiences. So we designed these learning spaces, we worked with the teachers, we designed and implemented a series of professional development courses in order to equip and acquaint those educators to see the school in a different way, to use these learning spaces for the community and not only for the teaching and learning of the curriculum. And on this basis, the teachers and the informal learning educators came together with a joint agenda. And this was a joint agenda for diversity and inclusion in STEM learning, which meant to build a new sensibility, to broaden what counts again in learning, in order to design for learning with the aim that the school embraces and works with the community, because educational poverty is not only a problem of the young generations, but it is a problem and an issue for their teachers, for the families, and in general for the whole surrounding community. And it takes an effort, a joint effort for many different actors to tackle and to, let's say, discuss and improve and do something for the benefit of everybody. So thank you for your attention. Here are my contact details. This is this website of the museum, and I would be very happy to answer to any of your questions, and of course to send you, if you're interested, more material about the work we did on these two specific projects. Thank you.
It was the third presentation, and we heard a lot of interesting cases in Italy. If I understand correctly, there were two major cases In Europe, they had Tinkering EU program. And the other case was STEM lab conducted in Italy. Formal education is as important as informal education, and the collaboration between the two different types is important. That is why she came up with the comment of how important the partnership is. We've heard 3 presentations about education for building science capital. Now it is a time for a Q&A. And the speakers will answer the questions you would raise. And all of the 3 speakers are here with us via Zoom. If you have any questions about the 3 presentations, please leave your question on the official website of the ISSM 2021 or the YouTube of National Science Museum or Kakao Talks open chatting room, or you can also leave your questions on the application Dengeji. We will deliver your questions to the speakers. Do we have any questions?
지금은 이제 발표자께서 이제
Now we have the 3 speakers with us. So the staff is checking whether we have any questions about the 3 presentations. While waiting for the questions from the audience, let me ask some questions as a moderator for this session and on behalf of the audience. We've been talking about science capital.
Dr. Megan also talked about cultural capital. Science capital, in some sense, the cultural capital. So I personally prefer to use cultural capital to refer to science capital because cultural capital sounds more easy to understand. And in order to create science capital, education is very important, providing education and science experience to the students. Science capital is a kind of cultural capital, so depending on countries, depending on the culture of countries, some countries may find it easy to create science capital and some other countries may find it difficult to create science capital because they have different culture. So the level of science capital and the effectiveness in creation of science capital may differ by country. So how would culture of a country influence the creation of science capital? Dr. Megan Ennis, would you answer this question? What do you think of this?
Hello, thank you. That is a very important conversation that is happening around science capital as to whether it is actually different from cultural capital. And part of the reason for that is that science itself is very cultural. It has its own language that you have to know to be able to participate. It has special tools and activities that are all considered part of the act of doing science. And so I think that's one of the challenges is how do we broaden the definition of science away from the Western definition of what constitutes science? And so I think part of where our research looking at science capital is going is how is science defined by different families and in different places? And what kinds of tools do they use to engage in science that maybe we don't traditionally think of as science tools? And what kinds of activities are they engaging in that are science but not defined as such? So I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation globally about what is science and how do we define it, and therefore how do we define science capital. So I don't think that we have a great answer for that because you're right, it will vary based on country and community and family.
그 두 분 지금 질문이 아직 안 나왔습니다. 안 나왔는데요.
We don't have any questions from the audience yet. So then can I ask a question? This is a question for Maria Santodaki from the Leonardo da Vinci Museum. You talked about Tinkering EU program. Does it encourage the inclusive learning experience? Yes. Facilitating inclusive learning experiences. This is a question about, does the Tinkering program facilitate learning experiences that are inclusive? Ms. Maria Santodaki?
Thank you for the question. Actually, you got the heart of the project itself and the heart of its objectives, because indeed the reason we chose the tinkering approach, let's say the tinkering pedagogy, if we like to call it, is exactly because it allows for more inclusive learning and it creates the conditions for more inclusive learning. We all know that science is very often, and especially in Italy, but in many other countries as well, something that sometimes, let's say, put learners in a difficult situation because it is distant from their own lives. Sometimes the language and the tools it uses are distant from everyday life, and people, and especially young people, are not necessarily sensible and aware of how much science and technology are involved in their own lives. So what happens with tinkering is that it creates a learning context that puts the learners into exploring science and technology creatively, but without necessarily starting from mentioning concepts, from formalizing science and technology, but it addresses it through a very, very personal learning journey and a personal experience, and through inviting learners to create their own project. And by doing so, it does not require pre-acquired knowledge, and it has a very low threshold for entering the learning experiences that are built on tinkering approach. But also we like to sometimes to mention the metaphor of a house. So it has a very, very low threshold, a very low floor for entering the activity. It has very wide walls, so the choices and the ideas and the projects of the learners can all enter and find a place and a meaning within this house of tinkering, and it also has very high ceilings. So we can aim highly, we can be very ambitious with the projects that each learning is setting, is pursuing. And this is why, in the end, we very much believe, and we have seen through the experience of the project, that each learner can find and can build their own understanding, can build their own meaning, and can create their own relationship with science. And this is how, in a way, we are also encouraging more inclusive learning.
Thank you so much. Engagement is very important for science. We have one question.
So we have a question for one of the presentations. I am going to read the question. Is there a consistent way of defining science capital, or is there a manual that gives consistent definition of science capital? This question goes to Dr. Beth Hawkins.
Thank you for the question. I think that's a very interesting question, and it's something that, particularly across our organisation, we want to have everyone thinking about science capital in the same way. And actually, I think what we are saying, that it's about being welcoming, making sure that everything that we do is inclusive, that everyone feels included, but making people feel that science is for me. I think if there are many definitions of science capital, many people get confused. So I think the main message, that particularly the work that we are doing with teachers, with scientists, and across our organisation, it is simply that it's about I mean, if you want to use more academic terms, it's about equity, but really for everyone, it's about being welcome, everyone feeling included, and helping everyone to feel that science is something for me that I can do. And that's for our visitors and for everyone that we come into contact with.
네, 과학 자본에 대한 정의가 사실
The definition of science capital is very important. That should be understood by everyone. So we hope to see more people can understand the concept of capital, science capital.
Professor Tae-Hoo Kim, would you ask a question? I have one question. As discussed in the previous session, we talked about science capital. In the previous session, we learned about the case examples where they conducted a survey, a questionnaire among households, and they identified the level of science capital of various households, and that was connected to what was discussed in this second session, especially regarding the museum-based family programming is related to supporting science capital of households and families.
과학관이 어떻게 그 서로 다른
How science museums consider different backgrounds of visitors so that science museums can become more inclusive. It is good to see that those procedures are in a manual. So this question goes to Ms. Hawkins and Ms. Ennis. In real practices, actual practices of science museums, different homes, households, and different ethnic groups or races, let's say science museums has a mission to help people have more interest in science. This can be said of vaccination. Some people are against vaccination due to their spiritual belief or faith. So different people have different faiths and different values. So how much can a science museum provide inclusive message to people with different values and different faiths? And to make science museum more inclusive, what should we do? What science museums should do? Because science museums are dealing with different people with a different identity and different race and different skin colors. So what can science museum do in their everyday work? So the question is about the conflict between a collective value and a value of science museums. So can you share with your experiences regarding this? So we hope to have answers from Ms. Hawkins and Ms. Ennis. Who wants to go first? Anyone, any one of you? Hawkins?
I can go first. I think that is the most important question that we as museums and science centres and places that engage people with science need to ask ourselves. I think that is the absolute heart of what the science capital approach is about, understanding that everyone that comes through our doors or works with us online will have these different values. And I think the most important thing is that we don't think about the experiences that we deliver, the exhibitions that we create, the interactions, that we think of just people like ourselves. It is about thinking differently. We talk about the backpack analogy, and I think it's about thinking about everyone who comes through the door will have their own backpack, they'll have their own, their own interests, their own values, and I think we have to respect and understand that. It is challenging, and I think that's the challenge that we need to take on as part of this kind of work. It's ensuring that people have a voice. It's ensuring that we involve a lot of people in the discussions around this, that we can hold events that people feel that they can contribute to. I think one of the things we have a set of reflection points that we use to help shape our programs. In our one-to-one everyday interactions, it is about including that dialogue, having kind of conversations with people that come through our door. There will be people, and I'm sure we've all met people that maybe have views and values that are different to our own. And I think one of the challenging things that we find is being able to listen and respect their views and opinions, but to show that there are a range of opinions, that no one view is right or wrong, but presenting facts as we have it, and allowing people to make their own decisions and not being opinion driven ourselves, but allowing people to have those discussions and talk amongst each other and with us.
Thanks for sharing, Beth. So when thinking about these issues, one of the things that jumped out in your question is that children are inherently interested in science. And so part of what we are doing is supporting that interest and maintaining it over the course of the lifespan and helping people re-engage with science as adults potentially. But one of the things that science museums do have is that we are seen as trusted messengers, and we are trusted to give the public accurate information and convey important details to them. They come to us to learn about things like climate change and what is happening there and how do we address it. And so one of the resources I'd love to recommend for science museums is the National Network for Ocean and Climate Change Interpretation, which is a social science research group in the United States that has spent the last decade conducting research on how do we have difficult conversations with the public, because people do come in with their worldviews of how they perceive the world and the things that they're doing. And it is research-based strategies on how to find a value that you can connect with your audience, because once you have a value that you can both come to terms with and agree on, for example, two of our values that we have found that work with many audiences is the idea of protection, that we all have the responsibility of protecting our planet and taking care of it, as well as responsible management, that we need to do the things we do in a responsible manner, and that those two values seem to be fairly understood and accepted across cultures and with different groups of people. And once you connect with your audience and your visitors with a value, then there are several strategies on how to help them get from that point to thinking about solutions and actions that they can take regarding issues such as climate change. And by making sure that you cover every step of the way, we often jump from point A to point D because we understand all the science that happens in the middle. But it is really important for our audiences that we walk through every step of the way so that our value connects with the actions that we are trying to ask them to take as a museum. So for example, how does driving our car impact climate change, and all of those little pieces, and using things like metaphors to help people understand the science. They don't come to our museums because they want us to explain to them every minuscule detail of how the world works, but broad picture, just so they have a general understanding. They care about our planet. They trust us as museums to help them learn the information they need to make good decisions. And so I think we have wonderful opportunities to engage our public and have really great conversations, regardless of the backgrounds. And thankfully, a lot of the research on topics such as climate change, which is one area I do a lot of research in, is that the number of people who are absolute deniers is very small and getting smaller all the time. So people are coming to us wanting to have these conversations. So while they can be challenging, there are resources such as the National Network for Ocean and Climate Change Interpretation to help train educators on how to have more productive conversations. And I find that their strategies work regardless of the topic we're talking about. And I actually teach a full course on science communication using their strategies. So I think it's really a great opportunity for science museums.
예, 두 분 답변 감사합니다. 지금 사실 주어진
Thank you very much for your comments. Actually, time's up for the Q&A session, but we've received one question from the audience, so I'd like to ask this question. In foreign countries, I wonder if your country has a course, education course or program to foster experts in the area of science capital. This question goes to Dr. Maria Santo-Udaki.
시간이 많지 않아서 짧게.
Since we are running out of time, could you answer the question very briefly? You can share the Italian case or experiences with us.
The answer is very, very short, and it is no, because science capital as a notion and also as an approach is very new in the country. I should say that our museum has introduced it in the professional community and actually internally as well, after being inspired by the work that is done in the UK, has been done in the UK by the Science Museum, UCL, King's College London, and we have been working and collaborating with people there and also using, of course, their resources in order to pursue our own objectives and to go about our own projects. So formally, no, there is no course on that topic. We hope that more things will be done.
예, 두 번째 세션은 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다.
This will be all for the second session. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause to the moderator, discussants, and presenters. Thank you. We had a very meaningful Q&A session. In session 2, we have quiz show with the questions given by the presenters. If you didn't participate in session 1 Q&A, if you didn't participate in the session 1 quiz show, please don't be worried. We have session 2 quiz show. Those who are registered on the official website will be able to receive our prizes and free giveaways. So first, please have yourself registered in the official website. Let us start the session 2 live quiz show.
자, 먼저 첫 번째
The first question is a multiple choice question. The question is, which of the following is not a method that the UK Science Museum Group doing for science capital approach? Number 1, helping people to recognize that they have and use science skills. Number 2, encouraging people to talk about science. Number 3, extending experiences with activities for people to do at home and at school. Number 4, using relevant and everyday examples to help explain science. Number 5, giving negative reinforcement. The answer is number 5. Giving negative reinforcement is not a method in the science capital approach carried out by the UK Science Museum Group.
Next question. Science capital support through museum-based family programming is the second presentation. What is wrong among the elements we need to support science capital of students? Number 1, meet with a person engaging in STEM area and get an advice. Number 2, visit science museum. Third, use various science tools and have science experience. Number 4, school science classes enough to create the science capital. Number 5, not only students but also their guardians or parents must participate in science program.
얼마 남지 않았습니다.
Time's almost up.
시청자분들은 어떤 답을 선택했을까요?
Which one did you choose? The answer is
드리겠습니다. 역시 대다수
most of the audience chose number 4.
정답은
The answer is number 4.
쉬웠죠.
It was a bit easy question. School science class is not enough to create the science capital. That's why it is important to provide various science-related activities to students outside school.
초청 강연 2의 마지막 문제.
This is the last question of session 2.
이탈리아 국립 레오나르도 다빈치 과학기술
According to the presentation of Miss Maria Santodaki,
마리아 산토다키 발표 내용 가운데
this is the term that refers to open, creative, and integrated learning. This is a multiple choice question. Number 1, science capital. Number 2, STEM. Number 3, civil science. Number 4, tinkering. Number 5, Broadway. I believe you will find some of the terms more familiar than the others. I ask a similar question for Miss Maria Santodaki. And which number did the audience choose? Let's take a look. More than 70% of viewers chose number 4. And the answer is number 4. Tinkering refers to a method that facilitates open, creative, and integrated learning that will increase opportunities of more inclusive learnings. This ends session 2. Now we are going to have a lucky draw.
50 participants will receive ice cream gifticons. Who will be the 50 participants of luck? Lucky draw is now going on.
어떤 분들이 되실지 짜잔. 네. 일부 몇 분은 또 되신 것 같아요.
It seems that the participants who received the coffee gift-con were selected again in the lucky draw in the second session. Those who failed to be selected in the lucky draw will have another opportunity in session 3. In session 3, we're going to listen to presentations on the theme of Science Capital and COVID-19 pandemic. We will listen to 2 presentations from the UK and Denmark, along with live quiz show. We have the last session with invitation lectures. Dr. Hong. Hello, everyone. I am Hong Dae-gil from National Science Museum in Korea. The topic of the symposium is Science Capital and Science Museum. In the third session, actually in the first session, we had presentation about what Science Capital means. In the second session, we heard presentation from people working in science museums about education for building science capital. Now, we have the last session prepared. For those who didn't listen to presentations in the previous sessions, I would like to briefly introduce Science Capital. When we talk about science, we just focused on science knowledge. And we focused on the importance of science literacy, both at science museums and at schools. And while conducting research, we thought that knowing science is also about having the right attitude and experience of science, not just knowledge and skills of science. And in the symposium, the topic is Science Capital because Science Capital is closely related to science museums. In the third session, the topic is Science Capital and COVID-19 pandemic. So, the capital terminology itself is associated with the situation where some have capital and some others do not have. So under COVID-19 situation, we will see how students have developed their science capital through the presentation by Dr. Cherry Kenovan. Her presentation is focused on elementary school students at the age of 10 or less than the age of 10. I'd like to ask Dr. Cherry Kenovan for the presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Cherry Canavan and I'm a researcher at the University of Central Lancashire in the United Kingdom. My key research interest is in socio-economic barriers to accessing science education and careers. Today I'm delighted to be here to tell you about an ongoing study being conducted by my research group into the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on primary age science teaching and learning in the UK context. I'm aware that ISSM 2021 has attracted delegates from many nations, so I'd like to take this opportunity to give you a little background into the structure of UK education and the place of science within that. UK compulsory education runs between the ages of 4 and 16, with children attending primary school from 4 to 11 and secondary school from 11 to 16. Half of young people progress to university at age 18. The four nations of the UK, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, have different educational systems, but in this talk we will henceforth concentrate on the situation in England, where around 85% of the population live. In England, primary schools technically teach 3 core subjects, English, maths and science, as well as a range of other subjects such as arts and humanities. However, because the government only mandates national testing in maths and English, there have long been concerns that science is neglected at primary level. In general, numbers of young people studying science is a perennial concern for the government, and many schemes aim to increase participation in the field, particularly amongst young women. However, as well as a gender divide, there is a marked socio-economic divide in who accesses science learning and careers, with the average person working in science disproportionately likely to be white, male, and from an affluent background. As a group, our research aims at understanding these socio-economic disparities in science and how to address them. This, then, is the background against which we found ourselves surveying nationwide school closures in March 2020, when more than 95% of young people suddenly found themselves thrust into remote home learning. Our immediate fear was that this situation might have a severe negative effect on primary level science, more than in other areas of the curriculum. This was for a number of reasons, including a tendency among schools to prioritise the teaching of maths and English, potential for science to be harder to teach at home, with availability of resources one possible issue, and families feeling less able to support learning in science than in other subjects. With these concerns in mind, we instituted a study of UK teachers and parents to investigate how science fared during the school closure period compared to other primary school subjects. Our study is ongoing. We returned to our participants during a second round of closures in early 2021 in order to see whether and how the situation had improved. As education slowly begins to return to normal over the coming year or years, we will continue to speak to teachers and families to assess the longer-term impacts of the events of the last 18 months. So let me now tell you about how we conducted the first phases of this survey. At the beginning of our study, we felt that it was vital to capture a contemporary record of how teaching and learning was affected during the lockdown period. So we therefore conducted 2 surveys, one of parents of primary age children and one of primary school teachers, during the full lockdown period of March to May 2020, after which some children, although by no means all, returned to school. And because of the great stress being experienced across society at the time of this survey, we decided to use a light touch approach. So we used short, fully anonymous online surveys and passive recruitment methods via social media. And it's important to acknowledge that this methodology had drawbacks. For example, participation was skewed towards those who had easy access to the internet. But we felt it was important to minimise any discomfort being experienced by respondents given the situation. So during this stage, which we refer to as phase 1, we received responses from 182 UK primary school teachers and 360 parents. So during academic year 2020 to 2021, we had intended to investigate the longer term effects of the closures of the previous session. However, in January 2021, at very short notice, the UK government announced a further period of closures, which lasted until March. We therefore took the decision to once again make a real-time record of the primary science situation, with a particular emphasis on whether lessons had been learned from the first round of closures. So accordingly, we returned to our phase 1 parent and teacher participants and surveyed them about science teaching and learning using a similar methodology from the previous phase. And in phase 2, we had a total of 100 responses, including 77 parents and 23 teachers. And at this point, I'd like to make a note on the terminology I'll be using. So closure period 1, or CP1, refers to the first phase of school closures in spring-summer 2020, while closure period 2, CP2, refers to closures in early 2021. Sadly, but unsurprisingly, the findings of both phases conducted so far have largely confirmed the hypothesis that primary science education would be disproportionately impacted by the move to remote learning. We found that maths and English were prioritised and that teachers found science hard to teach remotely. In phase 1, our findings include the following. 36% of teachers said that work set was mainly maths and English. 30% said that pupils were given science tasks less than once a week or not at all, and 35% said pupils were given less science than in a normal week. Meanwhile, although the vast majority of parents told us that their child had been set maths and English work by school, only 2/3 had been set science, with not much more than half completing this. By the time we got to phase 2, 10 months after the first closures, primary home learning was much better organised, and science benefited to some extent as a result. However, as can be seen from the diagram, despite this global improvement, science continued to lag behind maths and English. And there was still a high level of dissatisfaction among our parents. A depressing number of respondents stated that their child was being set no science work at all, and where provision was available, the quantity and quality was often criticised, as you can see in these examples from parents. For example, quantity of science provided only once a fortnight, or being sent a television channel video as content. And in closure period 2, we also asked parents whether their child had received catch-up provision when they returned to school after the first round of closures. And many said that catch-up activities had taken place, but these were mostly in maths and English. And as can be seen from the diagram, almost no parents were aware of any science catch-up work taking place. So it's clear from everything that I've said so far that the quantity and quality of science education that primary pupils received during the UK's 2 school closure periods was significantly poorer than their normal provision, and that the subject had disproportionately suffered when compared to maths and English. This can at least partly be explained by the fact that many teachers found it difficult to deliver science provision during closure periods. Our participants cited particular concerns in 3 areas: availability of resources in pupils' homes, families' access to the internet, and parental ability to support science learning. But our phase 1 findings also showed us that there was another dimension to this problem. While science education had suffered across the board, there was an added detriment to pupils who were likely to have pre-existing low science capital, those from areas of lower socioeconomic status, for example, or those whose parents had no background in science. So our phase 1 data demonstrates this finding in a number of ways. Firstly, we asked teachers to describe the area that they taught in as being of low, moderate, or high deprivation. Those teaching in areas of high deprivation experienced significantly more difficulty in teaching science remotely than those in more affluent areas, citing concerns about availability of resource, internet, and parental ability, as previously mentioned. And as you can see here, teachers working in areas of high deprivation, almost 2/3 of them found it difficult to translate the science curriculum for home learning, whereas only about 1/3 of teachers in areas of low deprivation felt this. And as can be seen, teachers in areas of high deprivation were also much more likely to state that their pupils were engaging with science less often than they normally would than those in more affluent areas. At the other end of the scale, we saw in our parental survey data that some families with existing high science capital were able to take advantage of the lockdown situation to reinforce this. Our sample was skewed towards parents with higher levels of science education, and that's an inevitable result of the passive sampling methodology. And what we found was that some respondents were able to undertake sophisticated science activities at home. So you can see a little bit of the quote there, but I'm going to give you the full quote. One example of such responses included, "Grandma and Grandpa have been delivering science demonstrations via Zoom. We have briefly looked at chromatography, making an electrical current through potatoes, and we made a volcano using vinegar and bicarbonate." And another respondent said, "We extracted DNA from an onion. We wanted to show the children what DNA was." And you can see from those quotes that parents who had existing science capital were often able to provide their children with rich science learning experiences at home. And we also found that parents with post-compulsory science qualifications were much more comfortable in helping their children with school science. Okay, so that was a brief summary of the major findings from the first 2 phases of our study. And now I'd just like to spend some time discussing what they mean and what the implications are. And I've summarised the main discussion points on this slide, but I would just like to take a minute to talk through them in a little more detail. So we can see in the results that I've outlined in this talk how the UK's school closures created conditions which were likely to exacerbate existing inequalities in science capital among primary age children. This is because the move to home learning made teaching science disproportionately difficult in areas of high deprivation, and that was due to the concerns that we've outlined previously about internet access, resource availability, parental ability to support learning. And so for children in these areas whose only contact with science learning was previously through the school, there was a significant risk that this content would dwindle away during lockdown, and many were still being set no science at all, even during the second round of school closures. However, for some parents with existing science capital, home learning proved to be a time to explore different aspects of the discipline together or with members of the extended family. And some of our parental cohort, who as a group had relatively high science capital, described undertaking activities at home that were really beyond the scope of anything that the primary classroom could offer. It's important to stress that it's not the case that all parents had time for such pursuits, as many, of course, found themselves working from home. However, we did identify a distinct subset of families where there was both the knowledge and the time to explore science together with their children during lockdown. It is evident, therefore, that among the many societal harms arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, an exacerbation of existing inequalities in who can access science education and careers may have emerged in the UK. Children who had high science capital in 2019, likely to be more affluent and with science-experienced parents, often found that their school was able to provide some science education remotely and may have been supported in extracurricular activities by their parents. That group of children, therefore, were able to continue to build their science capital. By contrast, young people who had low science capital in 2019, maybe those living in more deprived areas or with parents with no experience of post-compulsory science, may have found that their sole science experience, that provided by school, was suddenly removed. Parents, meanwhile, may have been unable to provide the resources needed for home science activities, or simply not known where to start. For these pupils, their sole opportunity to build science capital, that afforded by the school, simply disappeared. The children with existing high science capital, therefore, are likely to be emerging from the pandemic with an even greater advantage than they started with. And this matters particularly with this age group because science attitudes and motivations are set at a young age, meaning that we need to act fast to address this issue. And I'd like to spend my last few minutes saying a few more words about this. So there may be a tendency among policymakers to assume that as long as numeracy and literacy are brought up to speed, other academic subjects can be dealt with over the longer term. However, the situation in science merits a greater degree of urgency. Large-scale UK studies, such as the Aspire study that I reference in this slide, have found that young people's attitudes towards science, and by extension their propensity to pursue post-compulsory science education or careers, are largely fixed by the age of 10, or the last year of primary school. So emerging dichotomies in science capital formation among primary age children, as detailed in this presentation, must therefore be tackled as a matter of urgency. We can't leave it until secondary school. That window will be closed. Of course, different nations will have experienced the pandemic in educationally distinct ways, and different pressures will have emerged. However, in countries which have experienced the problematic science trends that we see in the UK, there is a potentially valuable role for informal educators, such as science museums. And it's well documented that informal science events can boost both factual and effective learning, increasing excitement and interest, as well as knowledge. And a visit to a science museum at this particular moment could provide the spark that brightens a wavering science flame in a 10-year-old child whose education has been ravaged by the pandemic. If there was ever a time for science museums to put all their energy into reaching out to less advantaged groups of younger people, it's now. And if that visit could be bolstered by providing the teacher with related classroom activities, so much the better. A carefully targeted travel subsidy could mean that a school whose children have experienced no hands-on science for 18 months can suddenly provide those pupils with a rich experience. And if that visit can suggest to our 10-year-old that there is a realistic route for them to pursue a career in science in the future, we're adding a little fuel to their flame. As the next year progresses, and my group will continue to talk to families and educators, the scale of the problem outlined in this paper will become clearer, and further measures can be suggested to reverse a worrying tendency. But for the present, the best advice for all informal science educators is to reach out to the younger children from deprived communities near you. They need you right now. Right, well, thank you so much for your attention today, and of course I will be delighted to be available to answer any questions that you may have. But I'd just like to point you to a couple of places where you can get some more information about our study. So we've published 2 peer-reviewed papers on this, on this information that I've given you today. Paper 1, Widening the Divide, the impact of school closures on primary science learning. That's been published in SN Social Sciences, and that details the findings of phase 1 of our research in closure period 1. And then paper 2, It Just Isn't a Priority, Will Primary Science Learning Loss Be Forgotten?, has been published in the Journal of Emergent Science, and that details our phase 2 findings, including what happened to science teaching and learning during the second school closure period, and also what's been done so far to catch up in science. I'd also be delighted to hear from anybody who's been interested in this talk today. So please feel free to get in touch with me. You can see my email there, ccanavan@uclan.ac.uk, or you can find me on Twitter. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
캐나본 박사님의
Dr. Canavan, thank you very much for your presentation. Starting from last year, COVID-19 pandemic started, and we, as educators, had a lot of worries and fears because schools were closed, and the science museum that I was working at was also closed. This may have had some influence on the science capital. We were able to know about this through her presentation. According to her research, in the situation where schools were closed, remote learning was focused on English and math, not on science. And secondly, students were not able to go to school, and how they could create science capital. This is affected by the science capital of their parents or by the economic capability of their parents. The science capital or economic capability of parents affect the children's access to science capital. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we will have to think about how we're going to provide remote learning experience to students.
Now we will hear the second presentation in this session, which will be delivered by Mr. Jacob Jensen who is a museum curator at Danish Museum of Science and Technology. Denmark is also a country of science. It has many famous scientists. This museum is an industrial museum. It is characterized by a long history, like 160 years, but as it exhibits scientific reworks, the number of visitors may have fallen. So his presentation is about how the industrial museum can attract more visitors. And as part of the effort, the industrial museum started a new project. Let's hear about the project.
Hello everyone, my name is Jakob Jensen and I'm a museum curator at the Danish Museum of Science and Technology. Today I will talk about how the roles of science museums must change in order for us to become relevant for the many people who are not using us today and to make offerings for some other people who have not been our core visitors for the past 50 years. I will do this by sharing insights and experiences from the Danish Museum of Science and Technology, where we are experimenting with how we can create new practice and new offerings which is relevant for people who doesn't see science and science museums as something for them. We're working with the concept of science capital as a tool to change our practice, to change our mindset, and to change our working culture. But also with the acknowledgement that science capital is not a fixed set of ideas that can just be copied from one institution to the other or from one country to another. We are investigating and experimenting with science capital and what it means to us. This also includes exploring what it can do to change our institutions so we are more active and attractive fixture in society. This would increase our relevance to various demographics with regard to factors such as gender identity, educational background, spirituality, and sexual orientation. This is what this presentation will focus on. But I will also conclude the presentation by addressing challenges and potentials for science museums and science centers, and that what we need to focus on if we want to be regarded as important and relevant institutions in the society of tomorrow. I will start my presentation with this quote from the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who in 2015, before the adoption of the new UN development goals, said that more of the same will not do. He was of course speaking about how our society was working and functioning at the moment, like from an economical perspective and a social perspective and environmental perspective, but also from a culture perspective. We as culture institutions and science institutions also need to change if we want to contribute to the creation of a better world of tomorrow. So, the Danish Museum of Science and Technology is an independent museum with a national responsibility to deal with the technological and industrial development of Denmark. we receive funding from the Danish government to carry out this work. At the moment, the museum is located north of Copenhagen in a medium-sized town. But within the next 5 years, the museum will relocate and move to Copenhagen into one of the most iconic industrial facilities in the city, an old power station, and transform it into a modern science museum and a hub for companies, organizations, and institutions who are working with the green transformation of the society and the world. The museum was established in 1911 by Danish Industry and the Craftsmen's Association of Copenhagen. The diversity of the collection is enormous, from big steam engines to small smartphones, from the original Lego, a Soyuz space capsule, the first car in Denmark, which can actually still drive, making it the world's oldest functioning car, but also the compass that Hans Christian Ørsted used in 1820 when he discovered electromagnetism, which was a key discovery which led to the development of our modern electrical society. There are approximately 30,000 objects in the collection, and every single one of them is an example of a new idea or a new discoveries. 5 years ago, it was decided to rethink the role of the museum in society, which includes the relocation of the museum to Copenhagen, but also to rethink how we as a science museum functions, what we are doing and what role we are playing in society. The museum is now located in old industrial facilities, which is not suited for a modern museum. In a way, the development of the new museum is also the rebirth of the old museum. This creates an opportunity to completely rethink the role of the museum for its visitors and ultimately society. We are using the existing museum as a laboratory where we can experiment with new ideas, new formats, and new methods. The museum has been granted funding from the biggest foundation in Denmark, the Novo Nordisk Foundation, to experiment with how we can create new science communication and new science education for people who doesn't think science is something for them. The aim of the project is to make visible that science is not just about formulas, but is part of the world and life that each of us is living. To show how insight in science is important in order to be able to act and make decisions in our life, and to show how scientific discoveries make the world more wondrous and interesting, and ultimately to establish a starting point where it is acknowledged that we all have different approaches to understanding scientific insights. The project is not just targeted at children, who would have been the usual target groups of such initiatives, but it's also targeted at adults, because we believe it's important to support the curiosity and learning for all citizens in society. We are working closely with the Science Museum Group and draws on their knowledge and experiences with Science Capital, which is the theoretical framework for the work we are doing. Through different Danish studies into how and why young people engage with science in Denmark, we acknowledge that the British society is very different from the Danish society, making it difficult to copy the initiatives that the Science Museum Group has been doing with Science Capital. Because of this, we are now working on the development of new methods, formats, and tools based on the concept of Science Capital, but is rooted in a Danish context. Everything we're doing at the museum will be made accessible for other institutions, not for you to copy what we are doing, but for you to find inspiration on how you can challenge your own practice. The project is divided into several phases. It's important that data and experiences are being collected systematically, so it's possible to learn from the mistakes and thus continually develop new practice and formats based on previous experiences. It's okay to make mistakes and failures. Only through pushing the boundaries for what a science museum can do and can be are we able to make connections with people who are not using us today. The museum is carrying out 12 experiments, which take place in our existing and new exhibitions and our public and educational programs. I will share 2 of the coming experiments that we are gonna conduct in this fall. We are developing a new public activities inspired by escape rooms and mystery walks, which has become quite popular among young Danes in recent years. This activity is targeted against couples, either as a first date activity or for couples who have been dating and want to do something together. These people are not among our core visitors today, but the hope is to become relevant for these people by finding inspiration in a concept that they are already familiar with. It's important that the activity is developed so the participants do something together, as visiting a museum is often a social event. It's also important that the participants are encouraged to actively use their bodies as well as their minds in order to complete the different tasks. Another aim with this activity is to introduce an activity at the museum which has an estimated time frame. Currently, most of the museums offering don't have an estimated time frame, which means that visitors who are not familiar with the museum don't know if they should expect to be at the museum for 1 hour or 4 hours. We're developing a mystery walk which has an estimated time span of 45 to 60 minutes, and the concept of the walk is a quest centered around some of the iconic objects in the collection. Another one of our upcoming experiments with this new practice is to make a pop-up museum outside the walls of the museum in order to reach some of the people who would never even think about entering the museum. We have partnered up with Copenhagen Airport and are planning to make a temporary museum in their facilities where travelers can enter the pop-up museum and get a small taste of what a science museum can be. This is a unique opportunity to reach millions of Danes and foreign travelers as they are returning to the airports, and to reach people who may be unfamiliar with a science museum and don't see science museums as something for them. The idea is not to replicate what we are already doing in the museum today, but instead experiments with how we can engage new audiences in science and technology, and then hopefully ignite an interest and curiosity in science. The pop-up museum will be open for at least a year, and we expect more than 1 million visitors to see the pop-up museum, and those being visitors who are not users of the museum today. We have several other experiments in the works for the coming years. In 2022, Denmark will host the first 3 stages of the world's biggest bicycling race, the Tour de France. In connection with this, we will make exhibitions and public activities exploring bicycle culture in Denmark and investigating how science relates to an ordinary bicycle. In 2023, the main thematic focus of the museum will be artificial intelligence. In relation to this, we will conduct several experiments to investigate how we can make science and technology related to artificial intelligence interesting and accessible for people who don't find it relevant for their lives, even though AI is affecting the lives of most people in Denmark already today. The aim is that every single experiment should foster new ideas, knowledge, experiences, and reflections that the museum can use when creating other interventions in the exhibitions, the public, and educational programs. It's a continual effort to developing offerings for a wider selection of people. Museums across the world have faced enormous challenges with the COVID-19 pandemic, where many have been forced to shut down for longer periods. It is now up to the employees of the science museums and science centers to decide if we want to use this historic event as a catalyst for creating new and better offerings which are relevant for a wider selection of the public, or if our institutions should return to business as usual and create blockbuster exhibitions that will secure high visitor numbers, though visitors who are already familiar with our institutions. I would argue that the science museums and science centers can use the situation to transform the institutions to be more inclusive, more relevant, and more interesting. These ambitions for the institutions are very much in tune with the thoughts and ideas behind Science Capital. That is why I believe Science Capital can be used as a tool and a framework to facilitate this transformation. This is a quote by Harold Skramstad, a Norwegian museum director, who once said, "Unless museums can and do play a role relatively to the real problems of real people's lives, then what is their point?" Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, only about half of the Danish population had visited a museum within the last year. And among those who did visit museums, there was a huge inequality in the educational backgrounds of the visitors. For instance, visitors with longer, higher educational background were highly overrepresented at the museums compared to their share in the Danish population, while visitors with lower secondary school educational backgrounds or vocational educational backgrounds were highly underrepresented in the museums. Denmark is a fairly equal and democratic society, so I anticipate that these numbers can only be more alarming in some other countries. At least if we believe that museums, including science museums and science centers, have something to offer for everyone in the society. This was an issue before the COVID-19 pandemic, and this will be an important issue to address in the aftermath of the pandemic, where a lot of institutions are struggling to get visitors back into the museum. Science museums have a unique opportunity to play an active part in the society and address challenges and potentials which are of an importance to citizens today. Current topics must be the starting point of all our activities. There is no need for fear of dealing with conflicting issues, even though some might think less of our institutions if we participate in the public debate about issues such as climate change, vaccinations, refugees, mass surveillance, etc. It's in these zones of non-comfort where hidden opportunities for our institutions lie buried. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really want to visit the Danish Museum of Science and Technology. I was impressed by their new attempts, and at the end of his presentation, he said, a science museum, if we cannot change real issues of real people, what's the point? I want to ask the same question, and the visitors to science museums were highly, if you look at the visitors to science museum, people with higher educational background are overrepresented and the vice versa. So now we will have a Q&A. Let me ask the first question.
I would like to ask a question to Dr. Canavan. Due to COVID-19, the world was all affected, and Korea was not an exception. The same is true for Japan. Online remote learning is very important. And we thought that online remote learning will widen the education opportunity for many students. But we felt that actually we didn't provide much online learning experience to students that will help them increase their science capital. And when parents provide homeschooling to their parents, parent science capital depends on the science capital of their parents. Here comes the question. Since COVID-19, we have seen the widening gap in science capital. How do you think we can close the widening gap of science capital? And in this process, what would be the role of science museums?
Thank you very much for the question, and can I just say how delighted I am to be participating in this wonderful event. It's a very good question and a very difficult question, and I think that it's probably one that's not necessarily easy to translate over national boundaries. So in some societies which value science very highly, the problem's probably not as severe as it is in, for example, a nation such as the United Kingdom, where science really is undervalued, particularly by elites. I think that the key answer is to make educators understand that these efforts to reverse loss of science need to happen very young. Certainly in the UK context, as I mentioned in my talk, we know that attitudes to science are really fixed by about the age of 10, and it's very difficult to address after that. So when policymakers are thinking about how to tackle this issue, I think they have a tendency to think that it's going to be tackled in the middle of secondary school, in the middle of teenage years. And in actual fact, what really needs to happen is for some urgency to be injected into the debate and for this to be addressed now. In terms of the role of science museums, I feel that the role of science museums could be very pivotal for some children. It's not the problem is not that children have missed out on learning science facts. That is something that can be reversed. It's the attitudinal changes towards science and the loss of that idea of science as exciting and inspiring. That's what we need to reverse. And so if science museums can reach out to those groups of young pupils, they could play a pivotal role. So I would really urge science museums to, maybe try to do more in way of school trips and to really focus those school trips on schools which are teaching in areas of higher deprivation. And then that's the way in which I believe they can have the most impact.
Thank you very much for your comments.
So I'd like to ask a question for Mr. Jensen. Most of the visitors to our National Science Museum is children or teenagers. So why did you have the current focus in your science museum? In my science museum, we are very sensitive about the number of visitors to our science museum. So does your museum have a specific trend in the number of visitors? Do you pay keen attention to the number of visitors to your science museum? Let me summarize my question. When you develop an exhibition using science capital, What do you think it will have on, what impact do you think it will have on your science museum?
Thank you for the question, and I would also like to say thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this wonderful event. It's so great to see that a lot of different institutions around the world are actually starting to work with Science Capital to change their practice. So I'm really impressed by this big setup. Of course, visitor numbers are also important for our institutions. It's not fun to run a science museum when there are no visitors, as we experienced during 2 lockdowns here in Denmark, where we were forced to shut because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But I would say that working with Science Capital as a tool and a framework to develop new activities, that being exhibitions or public programs or educational programs, we can actually use this as something to help us to reach people who are not using our institutions today. This doesn't mean that the visitors who are already familiar with our institution and who are already visiting our museum, that they don't want to come. They're still coming, and they still think that this new practice is also relevant for them. So it is a way of diversifying our activities and what we are doing to try and not just to target initiatives or offerings at the museum to the people who are already coming, but to try to challenge our own practice, how we design exhibitions, what kind of topics we want to deal with in an exhibition, how we are doing marketing to get people aware of what we're doing, to actually try to reach some of the many visitors who are not using our institutions today, and still try to be relevant for the people who are using our institutions today. And I would say that we have been open now after the second lockdown for 6 months. And in the beginning, we were struggling to get visitors back. But right now, we are actually having more visitors in the museum than we did before the COVID-19 pandemic. So we are getting back on track, and I can see this new practice is really helping us to try to rethink how we are running and working with the museum.
예, 감사합니다. 한 분은 교육 분야에서, 한 분은 또
Thank you very much for your comments. We heard very good presentation in the area of education and in the area of exhibition. And in Korea on site, we have 2 experts as discussants. I'd like to ask the 2 discussants to make comments or ask questions to the presenters. Thank you very much for your presentation on very important topic, especially.
과학관의 역할.
And Mr. Jansen talked about the future role of science museums. I'm not a scientist. I'm a social scientist, though. In social science, social injustice is a very important topic. As its society changes, one of the most important factors that has greatest influence is science and technology. As society advances, economic inequalities widen, and we see polarization in our society. In every corner of our society, there is a digital divide and there is a science divide. And all of these divides are interconnected because science and technology plays the most important role in every corner of our society. And big tech companies, they are science and technology companies. They make the most profit in our society. So in a sense, science and technology and its advancement can cause, it is the biggest culprit behind social divide. But that's not the role science and technology should play. So in order to reduce the gap in social inequalities and polarization, science and technology has a role to play. So science and technology, what does it have to do? What role does it have to play to reduce social inequalities? So do you have any time? Did you have any policy? Did you have any time, or do you have any policy in the UK and in Denmark to reduce social inequalities?
Dr. Canavan, would you answer first?
Yes, so certainly in the UK, what you have said is very true, in that science is an extremely polarizing force certainly in terms of employment. So we find that the people who are employed in science are very overwhelmingly middle class. And there's a much more stark divide than, for example, the divide on ethnicity lines. And I think the force of what you've said is reflected in what happened in the pandemic, in terms of if people had science capital and had access to technology, they were very able to provide excellent science home learning, because as one teacher in an affluent area said to us, there is such a wealth of resources out there. So for parents who were aware of that and had the technology to support their child to access that, in some cases, the child was able to get quite a rich science experience at home. But on the other hand, it was exactly technology that was stopping teachers from teaching science in less affluent areas, because they were really concerned that some of their pupils would be unable to access this. So, yeah, I mean, I think you can really see how technology, I should say, did actually exacerbate that divide. But certainly in the United Kingdom, we are very aware that this is a problem, both in terms of equity. So, you know, science jobs in the UK tend to be well paid and of high status, and interesting, of course, as well. But it's not just that. I mean, we have, I'm sure it's well known, we have a shortage of science and technology graduates coming through, and we can't meet that shortage with the existing pool that we have. We need to widen that pool, and unfortunately, what has happened over the last couple of years, I believe, will have seriously damaged those efforts.
I can also add to that in Denmark, of course, we have had policies for ages trying to do something about this, but it hasn't really changed anything. It's still the same people who have always been interested in science and technology, who are familiar or like visiting our institutions today, or like seeking work within within science and technology. I would say for our institution, we see it as our responsibility to try to open up our institutions and to address what science and technology is, and why it is important to actually engage with science and technology for a wider selection of people. Because as you said, science and technology is affecting everyone today. It is like our lives depend on technology. And I would say in my presentation, I talked a bit about our big project in 2023 about artificial intelligence. For that program, actually, our main target group are people with a vocational background, like carpenters, electricians, hairdressers, because for them, these systems are also affecting their life already today, but also if you're looking into their work life in the future, a lot of these people will actually have to engage with artificial technologies and systems, but they don't know anything about them. And the way we are trying actually to transform our institution to try to like be relevant and interesting for the many people who are not using us today is to change the institution from an institution who are just providing answers and knowledge about science and technology, and try to transform the institution into a platform, into a space where we can discuss these topics, where you as a visitor are not just coming to learn something, but you can actually contribute with your own knowledge, with your own experiences about these topics, and try to use the museum actually as a space where we as a society can discuss where we want to go with some of these technologies, how we want to create a better future together. And I think that's quite important that we as institutions are trying to be a bit more bold. Say, it's okay, we don't have all the answers. We want to listen to you. Because a lot of these people, they actually have a lot of knowledge and experiences with these technologies that can help the society in general to create better policies and to prepare people for a future where some of these technologies will have a great impact on their lives.
예, 감사합니다. 마지막으로
Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask Mr. Jensen a very short question regarding the pop-up museum. As IT technologies advance, we are seeing cyber museums, and metaverse is recently a buzzword. Are there any other ways to expand or increase science capital to use the newest technologies? Did you have any idea in the Danish Science and Technology Museum to use more technology, new technologies like a metaverse and AI?
That's a very good and interesting question. I don't have a clear answer, but I would say that we as a science museum should also work with what we are good at. And we are good with physical encounters with our objects that we use in our institutions, but it could also be like installations. So I think that's our role to play in all of this. There might be other institutions that can go into these to experiments with digital offerings. But I think as institutions, we should stick to what we're good at and develop on that and try to like change within that setting what we're doing to be relevant. And of course, in our activities and what we're doing, use some of these new digital technology in our offerings. For us, it's very important when, for instance, we're going to work with artificial intelligence, not just to talk about artificial intelligence, but actually have the technology present in the exhibition and in our activities, so you can actually engage with it and try to get a grip of what this is. But I think we should stick to what we're good at and work with that. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your comments. I hope that COVID-19 will soon disappear and we can spread the science capital and resolve the problem of polarization of science capital. With this, we'd like to conclude the Q&A session for session 3. Thank you very much. We had a very meaningful Q&A and discussion session. Please give a warm round of applause to the moderator, discussants, and presenters. And we're going to have the last quiz. So far, We've learned about COVID-19 and science capital. Here comes the question. First question. In the presentation of Dr. Canavan, the UK closed schools during the COVID-19 pandemic and put priority on delivering online science classes. If it's correct, choose O. If it's not correct, choose X. In the first presentation, we learned about the COVID-19 and widening inequities in science capital formation. Choose one between O and X.
네, 과연 우리 시청자분들은 어떤
Which one did you choose? About 60% of the audience chose O. Let's see the answer. The answer is X. So, during the COVID-19 pandemic period, the UK closed schools and they put priority on math and English instead of science, and they had challenges in providing remote science classes to students. Actually, if you closely listen to the presentation, you could have been able to get the right answer. 30% of the audience got the answer.
보도록 하겠습니다.
Let's take a look at the next question. Mr. Jacob Jansen mentioned about this future Danish Museum of Science and Technology. What's the English name of this museum? Number 1, Science Museum Group. Number 2, National Museum of Science and Technology, Leonardo da Vinci. Number 3, Tom Tits Experiment. Number 4, National Science Museum. Number 5, Danish Museum of Science and Technology. The presenter comes from Denmark. If you are comfortable with English, you will get the answer right. More than 60% of respondents chose number 5. The answer is number 5. Number 1, Science Museum Group is an organization of Bess Hawkins in session 2. Number 2 is a Science Museum of Miss Maria Santo Udaki in session 2. Number 3 is a Science Museum of Miss Cecilia Ekstrand in Sweden. And number 4 is the English name of the Korean Science Museum. So this is the end of the quiz show of session 3, but your ranking hasn't been decided yet because we will give you 4 more additional questions. They will not be difficult.
Let's see what kind of extra questions you have. What is the name of the scholar who created the concept of science capital? Number 1, Louis Archer. Number 2, Christothea Herodoto. Number 3, Cecilia Ekstrand. Number 4, Maria Santodaki. Number 5, Jakob Twig Jensen. The answer is let's see which one you choose. Number 2 got 40% response. Number 1 less than 40%. Most of you went for number 2 or 1. The answer is In the opening of the symposium, I explained about who created the concept of science capital. Louise Archer is the scholar who created the concept of science capital. She gave us the keynote address on the topic of science capital and support for the youth in STEM area.
드리겠습니다.
The next question is, this is an essay question. Please make sure you don't have any typo. The theme of International Symposium of Science Museums 2021 is Science Capital and Science Museums. Why do you say this in Korean? You don't need any space between letters.
3, 2, 1.
This was an essay question, but you must have heard this theme in Korean several times throughout the day. Let's take a look at the answer. The answer is on the screen. This is the theme of ISSM 2021.
Next question is multiple choice question. In today's lectures and quiz show, you often heard this word STEM. Choose a word that is not included in the term STEM. Number 1, science. Number 2, technology. Number 3, engineering. Number 4, mathematics. Number 5, metaverse. So you may choose one that does not go along with the other choices.
네, 한번 만나볼까요?
Let's have a look at the answer.
네. 80% 넘게
Over 80% of the audience chose number 5, metaverse. Metaverse is not included in STEM.
5번입니다.
The answer is number 5. Metaverse is a hot word these days, which refers to virtual reality. Especially tomorrow, the participants of tomorrow's session will actually use avatars and participate in the metaverse-based session. The best practice presentations will be provided through Metaverse tomorrow. I'd like to ask for your continued participation.
보시도록 하겠습니다.
This is the last question. Science museums are a place that provides students with a lot of scientific experiences during their formative years when they develop their own science capital, which is not a Korean science museum. Number 1, National Science Museum. Number 2, 별새꽃들 Science Museum. Number 3, 미래관. Number 4, Microscience Museum. Number 5, Narrow Space Center Space Science Museum. Okay, let's take a look. The answer is number 3. 미래관. I think most of you knew the right answer. I think you can notice that this is not Korean. And Micro Science Museum is located in Seongnam, Gyeonggi Province in Narrow Space Centers. Space Science Museum is located in Goheung. With these questions, you must have more interest in Korean science museums, and I'd like to strongly recommend you visit one of them. It is almost the end of the live quiz show, and this is also the end of session 3.
We're going to have a lucky draw. Americano gift accounts will be provided to 50 participants.
자, 과연 어떤 분들이 되셨을지
Let's see who are going to receive the
공개하겠습니다.
Americano coffee gift-con.
네, 축하드리겠습니다.
Congratulations.
네, 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Congratulations
네,
again.
초청연사가 직접 출제했던 라이브 퀴즈쇼.
So
네, 사전에
with this, we'd like to conclude the live quiz show. And the prize and free giveaways are available only to those who have themselves registered on the official website of this symposium. Your ranking will be made public tomorrow afternoon. Thank you very much for all your participation. We have now finished session 3, and we are going to listen to the case example presentations from overseas science museum experts in the field of exhibition, education, and research.
Greetings, and welcome to International Symposium of Science, Museums 2021. Hope you had a chance to get a glimpse of Korea's original beauty with the Korean culture videos. The next program is Flash Session. We have National Science Museum in Thailand for this year's Flash Session. 4 speakers will give us the presentations, 2 in the topic of exhibition, 1 in education, and 1 more in research. First presentation is by Natsurim Yenching, an academic staff of Division of Science of National Science Museum, Thailand. Under the theme of Sustainable Design, Exhibition Through Science Communication Viewpoints.
Hello, I'm Nuchirim Yensuang from the National Science Museum, Thailand, or abbreviated as NSM for short. I'll be presenting about last year's temporary exhibition designed by NSM, Sustainable Design Exhibition Through Science Communication Viewpoint. Let me first introduce NSM, an organization under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. Currently, there are 4 museums under NSM. The Science and Technology Museum on the top left, the Information Technology Museum on the top right, the National History Museum on the bottom left, and the Ramanai Museum on the bottom right. We also have science centers placed across the country. One of our biggest annual events held is the National Science and Technology Fair, held in an exhibition hall at the capital city of Bangkok, which lasts up to 10 days. At the fair, there are many various exhibitions and activities arranged through the extensive cooperation from public, private, local, and international sectors, promoting excitement, inspiration, and awareness of science. The fair is open for the public, with majority of the visitors are students and family groups. And prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, there are, on an average, about million visitors each year. Where each year at the fair, NSM provide about 8 to 10 temporary exhibitions on various science topics. Our organization is well aware of the importance of sustainability. Therefore, one of our temporary exhibitions often revolves around environmental issue, protection, and resource conservation. However, this became quite a challenge due to some visitors find these topics have long been presented numerous times. But we are aware that there always be something new to be shown. As the environmental crisis still persists, scientists are researching and understanding this change. In order to raise awareness, update public on the current crisis, and also promoting individual practice to help protect our home, exhibition became one of the communication tools. But how are we able to draw visitor attentions? Well, for the past few years, we had brought several environmental issues to the light as seen here in this 3 exhibition, from the term Anthropocene, waste to value, and plastic change the world. And by observing exhibition visitor behavior each year, this is what we have noticed. First of all, the most obvious would be visitor tends to avoid crowded text on flat exhibition panels. This is where colors and imageries play a vital role in the design, as young audiences are drawn toward colorful illustration, whereas older visitors are likely to be drawn by photogenic settings, since visitors tend to take visual recording of what they found interesting or visually pleasing. We also observed that some of the visitors were more willing to continue to read the exhibition panels after they have took the photo. In the Sustainable Design exhibition, the first zone of the exhibition conveyed the current environmental crisis the world is facing. For example, on the left, show the plastic waste crisis. We use infographic as a mean to communicate our information. As you can see that there are still some flat panels of text, but are much more vibrant, illustrative, and some are placed as part of objects, such as the roof of the model house. On the right, boards in shape of clothing were used to show information of the fabric that's used to make the clothing and its environmental impact. Multimedia, interactive, and hands-on have long been popular in our exhibition, but actual specimens or objects are also important and can attract visitors. They were able to draw visitors and foster inquiry, as some visitors do initiate conversation with the staffs located at the exhibit. This serves as an opportunity to communicate and provide further details that are not displayed on the infographic. The first zone of sustainable design attempts to immerse visitors in realistic settings. Therefore, we try to use actual objects or real image as seen here, showing the link between deforestation or the consumption of wild animals to the pandemics. Actual taxidermy mounts were displayed and real images of exotic cuisine were placed on plate. For displaying timeline of the major zoonoses, multimedia such as augmented reality was used to display 3D models of pathogens on mobile device. As you can see, there are QR codes on the panel for scanning. QR codes were also added to some other panel to provide web link to some more related information if visitors are interested. At the end of Zone 1, show 2 possible pathways to continue. The visitor have to decide based on some hints given on the directional signs. If they choose them correctly, we'll lead them to the second zone of the exhibition, whereas if they chose incorrectly, the path returned them to the first zone again. The second zone showcased various sustainable practices to reduce environmental impact. This ranged from individual practices such as growing and preserving your own food to companies which practice sustainability or develop environmental friendly innovations. We had contacted some of those companies for information and the actual product, which, as you can see, were displayed at the exhibition. Other than objects and panels, the second zone also have demonstrations and activities led by the staff and contributing private companies. For the past few years, gamification of educational material has been quite popular. Sustainable Design exhibition contact gaming companies to provide board game sessions which lets players learn about reforestation and water management. The activities were well received by the students and families visitors. With what we have learned from the past exhibition and applying various new tools in the latest exhibition, Sustainable Design was able to raise visitor awareness of the possibilities to change for the future and positively encourage them to design their life sustainably. And this exhibition will also serve as experience and lesson for us to produce an even more impactful exhibitions in the future. Thank you.
You have been introduced to the very first presentation of Flash Session. Have you ever imagined what it feels like to spend a day on Mars? Humans have sent a number of robot probes to Mars to solve questions about this unknown planet, and some of which have achieved great results. Could Mars be our new home planet? Will there be aliens living on Mars? There is an exhibition where you can experience our imagination. In the following presentation, you will be joined by Wanwachu Satratham, curator of the National Science Museum of Thailand, A Day on Mars, Reimagine Tomorrow.
Hi, good evening for Thailand, everybody, and welcome to presentation. As you can see on the screen, our topic for today is A Day on Mars, Reimagining Tomorrow. Today, I did like to talk about exhibition development. My talk will be in 5 parts. In the first part, introduction. A Day on Mars exhibition is in line with national policy to build up science, technology, and innovation awareness, especially on space activity, so to remind competitiveness of the country. Then in the second part, exhibition, A Day on Mars. The exhibition gives the experience of living on Mars via interactive exhibit and atmosphere. The content includes physical property of Mars, Mars exploration, history, science, principle and design utilized in space exploration, which human input to the answer the central question: can we live on Mars? A Day on Mars. It is divided in zones as follows. The first zone, landmark, atmosphere, and curiosity rover. The second zone, fact about Mars, researching for answer to the question why Mars is suitable for being our next home. The three zone, research and theory about the Mars, science and technology needed for getting to Mars. The fourth zone, Mars exploration timeline, the journey of the first ship until 2020. The fifth zone, Mars life, simulation of surviving from sandstorm on Mars. The sixth zone, Mars imagination, various versions of imagined alien on Mars. As for the objective parts, the first, to create positive attitude for STI, especially on space exploration. The second, to create awareness of using limited resources. The three, to enhance imagination and concept of living on other planets. Before, to create motivation for space development. The development path is divided into steps. Step 1. The exhibition topic and some points of interest are given to the curator for developing the initial project, planning and content design. Step 2. Survey for making discussion on suitable content and direction of exhibition. Step 3. Content research from various sources. Experts included for listing the topic. Step 4. Deriving the storyline and design the display direction. Step 4. Collaborate with development team for the display technique and details. Step 6. Detail approval by the curators before physical development of the exhibition. Step 7. Final approval by the curators. Step 8. Curator working and explainer and information collector so that customer satisfaction and possible improvement points can be accessed. Development outcome and exhibit this exhibition. A Day on Mars was a top visit exhibition in the National Science Fair 2020. Therefore, the exhibit was selected to be modified and installed as temporary exhibition in the Information Technology Museum from 7th of April 2021 to May 2022. Unfortunately, with the COVID-19 situation, the exhibition had to be closed from time to time, but it should have been one for the good place to inspire and build up imagination about space. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening your attention.
We had 2 presentations on exhibition earlier. The third presentation is in the fields of education. The National Science Museum in Thailand will share experiences and research results related to science education that encompasses all ages. Now I present to you the third presentation. Effectiveness of ISSM science-related activities encouraging participants, inspiration for science, learning, field test steps to evaluate tools by Keeping Sriparaya, a science communicator at the National Science Museum in Thailand.
Hello everyone, my name is Ekapong Sriparaya, a science communicator from National Science Museum Thailand. Today I'm going to share my experience regarding part of the project which has been involved with the evaluation of effectiveness of NSM science-related activity in encouraging participant inspiration towards science learning. My purpose today is to point out part of the project which focus on the development of the inspiration measurement. First of all, I would give you a brief introduction of my workplace. National Science Museum was established with the mission to focus on presenting relevant science-based experiences for Thai people of all ages in order to enhance understanding of science. Each year, in normal situation, the museum meets over 1 million visitors coming to visit our museum and participated in science-related activities both inside and outside of the museum. According to activities developed by National Science Museum throughout many years, they share the common objective of encouraging participants' inspiration towards science learning. However, we still doubt if the objective of the activities has been achieved. To answer the question, a quantitative approach is conducted by using a repeated measures design and a questionnaire-based survey. However, the project has been just initiated early this year. Therefore, the first step is to develop an instrument of inspiration measurements. The instrument consists of 10 Likert type items. All statement items are corresponding to rate their level of agreement on a 5-point Likert type scale. as you can see on the slide here. And because inspiration is an unobservable psychological concept, it means that the instrument is involved with the psychological measurement, which is called psychometrics. Therefore, there are three issues need to be considered, which are an instrument validity, the psychometrics quality of the measures, and an instrument reliability. Let's talk about the development of an inspiration measure. From the beginning, I was looking at the definition of inspiration and found that inspiration consists of 4 elements as a prerequisite for encouraging inspiration, which is potentially involved with learning, which are self-determination, intrinsic motivation, interest, and self-efficacy. This is a field testing version of an inspiration measure that is composed of 4 factors with 10 statements or items. Some items were adopted from inventories and the others were developed based on the conceptualization of the theories. And in total, 1,238 school children participated in the survey after engaging with the activity immediately. Then the data were analyzed by exploratory factor analysis techniques and then the test of reliability. And this figure shows our process by using exploratory factor analysis and finally reliability test. And these are rationale behind using exploratory factor analysis and reliability test. These are the preliminary results used to consider if the data are suitable for conducting factor analysis. In summary, these results indicate that the data are suitable or appropriate for a good factor analysis. And the next step is about factor extraction. The results of Kaiser criterion and Skripal show that only one factor was extracted. It was disappointing because at the beginning the measurements was designed for examining 4 factors, as I mentioned earlier. However, there's another result that needs to consider. And step 3, factor rotation and interpretation. In this step, the results show you which items are put together. From this figure, all items are loading strongly on only one factors. And the test of reliability by using Cronbach alpha, the value above 0.7 is considered acceptable here. So I've got 0.9, which is okay. And let's have a quick look at the preliminary results obtained by the inspiration measure. Before evaluating the activities, 12 science-related activities were categorized into 4 groups regarding the differences of content knowledge. Regarding science-related careers, nature and environment, innovation, and lastly, Thai local wisdom. By comparison with the mean score of each group, there was a significant difference at a high level of inspiration towards science learning score for the 4 activity groups. And post-hoc comparison test indicated that the mean score of the group 4 or a group of Thai wisdom activities was significant lower than the other groups. In conclusion, all groups of activity receive a high level of inspiration score, which indicates that participants were more likely to be inspired to learn science after engaging with NSM science activity, and a group of Thai local wisdom activities need to be paid attention to, since it received the lowest score of inspiration toward science learning. Regarding the instrument, ceiling effect was detected, since mean score were close to the maximum score on the rating scale. Therefore, improvement to this instrument would be useful in future studies and could involve amendments, statements, or adding more items. Intended factors or scale were not extracted. In case of an attempt to improve the activities, it would be better if we could identify which dimensions or factors of inspiration towards learning science should be focused on. Therefore, the instrument for inspiration measurement needs to be redeveloped to reach an ability to evaluate multi-dimensions or factors of inspiration. And lastly, suggesting incorporating another evaluation instrument like direct observation to obtain additional data for consolidating the results. Thank you everyone for your attention.
We have come to the last presentation. This presentation is a study on creatures under the sea that are difficult to find. It's called Okosha, which is even unfamiliar with its name. Of course, you must wonder what this Okosha looks like. With the presentation of Sirakanya Changhanawong, a researcher at the National Science Museum in Thailand, will be introduced to an undescribed species of the waspish genus Okosha, Teleostei tetrarchidae, from the Coral Sea.
Afternoon, everybody. I am Sirakanya Changhanawong from National Science Museum, Thailand, with Professor Dr. Hiroyuki Motomura from the Kagoshima University Museum, Japan. We would like to give a presentation on the topic an undescribed species of the dwarfish genus Okosha from the Coral Sea. Genus Okosha consists of 8 valid species, as in the map. Okosha can be divided into 3 groups by locality. First, Indian Ocean. Second, North Pacific Ocean, from Japan south to Philippines. And the last, South Pacific Ocean, from Papua New Guinea and New Zealand. There are 2 species distributed in Indian Ocean. First, Okosha porci in Seychelles, and the second, Okosha ramaroo from Queensland Coast, India. There are 4 species distributed in North Pacific Ocean, namely Okosha fasciata and Okosha spinosa. Both of them share the distribution in Sea of Japan and East China Sea. Okosha vespa, currently found only in Japan, and Okosha sarspilota, restricted to Philippines. There are 2 species in South Pacific Ocean. Both of them found only in Thai localities. Okosha apia in Kermadec Island, New Zealand, and Okosha sphex in New Ireland, Papua New Guinea. From this information, we can see that these 5 species of this genus are endemic species. Study of genus Okosha. We found some specimens showing different characters from other 8 species. Those specimens are from Queensland, Australia, and New Caledonia, which this area can call Coral Sea. Which has been on postage stamp of New Caledonia in 1989, but identified as Okosha apia, which is the species found in New Zealand. Undescribed species easily distinguished from other congeners in having 1 or 2 blotches on spinous portion of dorsal fin membrane. but this blotch is absent in other species. Moreover, color pattern also different. The body of undescribed species is mottled brownish, while Ochosia porcine and Ochosia spinosa, both of them lack of remarkable marking. Ochosia spilota has a lot of irregular brown spots scattered whole body, and other 5 species has dark bands across the body. Thoracic spine and suborbital spine are small spines found in some Ochosia species and can be used as diagnostic character. The white line represents lateral rachimal spine, and the yellow line showing suborbital spine. These spines present in undescribed species, including Ochosia apia and Ochosia spinosa. In case of Ochosia vespa, it bears only lateral rachimal spine, but lack of suborbital spine. For other 5 species, there are lack of lateral rachimal spine and suborbital spine. An undescribed species is different from Ochosia spinosa in the length of dorsal fin spines. Graph represent relative length of second and third dorsal fin spines comparing to standard length. The red circle represents an undescribed species, and the blue one is Ochosia spinosa. We can see the second fin spines length of undescribed species are higher than the length of those in Ochosia spinosa. Undescribed species easily distinguished from Ochosia vespa in having interspinous membrane of dorsal fin incised, but the membrane of Ochosia vespa is not incised. Another character is papillae on upper and lower jaw. The papillae is absent in undescribed species, but present in Ochosia vespa. I have said that an undescribed species was identified as Ochosia apia. The examination confirmed that both species totally differ from each other in length of dorsal fin spine. Although second spine of both species are long, but the length of third spine are different. We can see that the third spine of Ochosia apia is distinctly short comparing to second spine, but the spine of undescribed species is sub-equal to the second spine. Represent the ratio of third to sixth dorsal fin spine in undescribed species and Ochosia apia. Red circle represent undescribed species, and blue square represent Ochosia apia. Graphs show that all ratios of Ochosia apia are lower than an undescribed species. Cases of 35 measurements taken from 56 specimens indicate that several morphometric proportions change with growth, whereas the relative length of the head, caudal fin, pectoral fin, longest anal fin sophray, pelvic fin spine, longest pelvic fin sophray, and orbit diameter, including caudal peduncle depth, decrease with growth. The relative length of the snout and second to sixth dorsal fin spines, body depth, and body width increase. This proportional change indicates that small specimens of undescribed species has a relatively short snout and dorsal fin spine and shallow, narrow body. In addition, it is longer head, caudal fin, pectoral fin, anal fin sophray, pelvic fin sophray, and pelvic fin spine, including greater caudal peduncle depth and larger eyes. Especially grateful to curators of AMS, BSKU, CAS, FAKU, KAUM, MNHN, NSMT, QM, UIM, USNM, and ZIN for curatorial assistance and collection of specimens. This study was supported in part by JSPS. and the establishment of Global Research and Education Network in the Amami Islands project of Kagoshima University, adopted by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, Japan. Thank you for your attention.
So far, we have been introduced to all of our 4 presentations of Flash Session. Once again, we would like to appreciate the 4 speakers for their presentation. It's been a pleasure being with all of you in Flash Session today. Thank you very much for your attention.
The 11th ISSM. We have spent the first day with invitation lectures, overseas academic presentations, live quiz show, and cultural performance. I would like to thank all the presenters and moderators for their contribution to the sessions today. And thank you very much for watching this conference. Tomorrow, we're going to invite 2 presenters and listen to their presentation in Metaverse platform in the virtual reality. If any of you have not yet applied for participation in the session tomorrow, please apply for the tomorrow session participation. Our achievements in the science, culture, exhibition, service, capability building project, and the exhibition items developed by the National Science Museum will be featured tomorrow. Thank you very much for your participation today.